from ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston.
On this vote, the yeas are 216. The nays are 213. The resolution is adopted.
And with that, the House sends the bill clawing back $9 billion in funding to President Trump's desk. Republicans like Majority Leader Steve Scalise say the mission is
getting spending under control. Does it answer all the problems? No. $9 billion, I would say, is a good start. And hopefully we do more things like this.
The bill cuts funding for international health programs and for public broadcasting, but, says Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries,
life is getting more expensive for the American people. And nothing in this reckless rescissions package is going to make life more affordable.
the president telling Attorney General Pam Bondi to unseal grand jury documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Democrats are now rallying to this cause because they see the shifting rhetoric on the Republican side. This has been a Republican issue for years now, and now it is something the Democrats are adopting as well, and Republicans are not following Donald Trump's lead on this. That is unusual.
ABC Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. President Trump diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, a common diagnosis in older people. However, says Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, there's nothing more serious.
There was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is being canceled in May of next year. He made the announcement last night.
It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of the Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
Colbert has been strongly critical of President Trump and spoke out about the recent settlement between the administration and CBS and its parent company, Paramount Global. CBS says the decision to cancel the show is purely financial. You're listening to ABC News.
.505 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Good morning to you. How is your Friday going? Well, I hope it's going better than Joan Jones. So here's the deal. You just heard ABC. I'm sorry. I know ABC News sucks. But I walked in today, and Joan literally has no voice. You remember yesterday she was sounding a little bit like, Kim Carnes, Betty Davis eyes. This morning, she actually sounds like silence. She just has no voice. And I've been there, done that. Few people that have been listening to me for a long time, you know that I went through my own voice problems. And out of respect to the long-term health of Joan's voice, we don't want her to have any permanent damage to her voice. And so she is actually going to take the morning off of the radio. But what she is doing is she is keeping an eye on the local news. And if anything does break, and there is some news today locally, Justin Jones is up to his old hijinks and shenanigans. I guess what he did, and I'm gonna get into some details here in a little bit, but I guess what he did was he shows up at BNA. He shows up at BNA to, I guess, speak to Kristi Noem. And so he was escorted out of the airport. We've got some audio from Justin coming up. But, for Justin Jones, it is just performative. It is what they do. It is performative. And he has got exactly what he wanted, which is he was asked to leave BNA. And also, he was covered on the local news. And, of course, some knucklehead talk show host is going to talk about this as well. And so that is a part of what is going on this morning here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, the big news this morning is that there's supposedly, I don't know if you've heard this story. Well, yep, there you go. CNN is leading off with it. You got 4 panels. CNN, 4 panels on CNN, people talking about this racy letter, risque letter, according to the Wall Street Journal, was given to Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, from Donald Trump. Now, I don't know if this letter is real. It seems to me like this letter is bogus. Supposedly, it is a personal note meant to celebrate Epstein's 50th birthday, right? So this is years ago. Donald Trump is accused of giving a personal note meant to celebrate Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. Now, that was about 3 years before the sex abuse allegations came to light, but this was all in the Wall Street Journal. And here's part of what they said. Gents, I need some audio if I could. Do I have some audio up? And here we go.
According to the Journal, it contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. They don't use the word Sharpie. They describe it as a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, the Journal says, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, according to the Journal, quote, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret," end quote.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so the accusation is that Trump drew a letter wrote a letter and drew a picture of a naked woman, I guess, with pubic hair. So just on the surface, I'm going to tell you that this supposed letter all of a sudden comes to light, right? Wall Street Journal suddenly finds this letter out of nowhere after all these years, right? I don't know about you. I just don't feel like I'm buying this. I don't feel like I'm buying it. And if you're right, can I just ask this question too? If you are giving a personal letter where you care so much about the person who you're writing it to, why would you typewrite it? Why would you type it out? That also doesn't make any sense. You're gonna type out the message in a very personal letter, but you're gonna draw a naked woman on there with pubic hair? Doesn't make any sense to me. This doesn't pass the BS test. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. By the way, frying pan into the fire. KGB is also not here today. Sam is running the audio console today. So it's going to be a little off format today because we've just a lot of different things are going on. So Sam is here, going to do a fine job. And again, Joan is here, keeping an eye on the local headlines. But again, to be honest, this was back in 2003. Donald Trump is not a politician when this whole thing is going on. And this seems to be a very, very minor version of grab them by the pee. That's what this seems like to me. And by the way, there's no proof that Donald Trump actually wrote this. There's no proof whatsoever. And so for me, I mean, everybody's all over this morning. I woke up to this, and it's like, people, man, just calm down, because I think this is a whole bunch of nothing.
Now, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal about this reporting, the Journal says Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. He said, and I quote, "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my words." And he went on to tell the Journal that he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it went ahead and published the article, saying, "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else."
There you go. And apparently he's going to. Donald Trump quickly responding to the story on his Truth Social platform last night, saying indeed he would sue the newspaper and Rupert Murdoch, who controls the publisher News Corp. This is what Donald Trump said in a very long social media post on Truth Social. The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, and if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Caroline Leavitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they're going with a false, malicious, some legalese here, a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. He says President Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. The press has to learn to be truthful and not rely on sources that probably don't even exist. President Trump has already beaten George Stephanopoulos in ABC, 60 Minutes in CBS, and others, and looks forward to suing and holding accountable the once great Wall Street Journal. He says it has truly turned out to be a disgusting and filthy rag, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their desperation to remain relevant. Wraps it up by saying if there were any truth at all on the Epstein hoax as it pertains to President Trump, this information would have been revealed by Comey, Brennan, Crooked Hillary, and other radical left lunatics years ago. It certainly would not have sat in a file waiting for Trump to have won 3 elections. This is yet another example of fake news. See, that's what I'm thinking. Like, this just doesn't, it doesn't pass the smell test because it smells like BS. I mean, the last part, okay, so for 3, or how much, what, 8 years, 9 years, Donald Trump has been around politically, and now all of a sudden this comes out. It just seems like this is a stretch. And by the way, no actual writing. This whole thing is like typed out. There's a drawing of a naked woman. I mean, I don't believe that this is real. I don't believe that this is real. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, writing on X, the Wall Street Journal published a hatchet job article with a fake birthday letter that is supposedly from 2003. The Wall Street Journal refused. This is what's interesting. She says the Wall Street Journal refused to show the letter to the Trump administration and concealed, as she says, conceded that they don't even have it in their possession. When we asked them to verify the alleged document, they're basing their entire fake story on. So they don't even, apparently the Wall Street Journal, they don't even have the document. And they won't, and if they do have it, they won't let Donald Trump see it. What in the world is going on with the Wall Street Journal? Are they really that desperate for news? Are they really that desperate to take out Donald Trump that they would base their entire reputation and credibility on the line for a document that they refuse to even turn over to Donald Trump? And they conceded they don't even have it in their possession. I mean, this whole thing just screams of fake news. Does it not? And so after all of this, last night, the president put this out on True Social. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, he says, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. He says this scam, perpetuated by the Democrats, should end right now. And last night, Bondi did announce that the DOJ was going to ask the courts to unseal that grand jury transcripts related to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, how long it's going to take for that unsealing to happen? I've seen people say, well, this could happen as early as today. No, I don't think so. I've seen some people saying that these transcripts or whatever they are could be released today, or it's going to take weeks or even months. But remember the grand jury transcripts, they're supposed to be kept secret. And they're supposed to be kept secret because they need to protect the victims and the witnesses. A grand jury, of course, as you know, is used to really determine if there is enough evidence to go to an actual trial. All of this grand jury material is from the case against Jeffrey Epstein in Florida. So you have that. You also have the accusations that evidence is being held in the Southern District of New York. The judges are holding back information there as well. That is what Alan Dershowitz said the other day. So now this story continues for another day and heading into the weekend. But as far as this Wall Street Journal thing, I'm just calling BS on it. Caroline Leavitt, she was battered, by the way, with questions yesterday as the president. Of course, he is being called everything and anything from the left. He is just saying, you know what, this whole thing is a hoax. Now, Caroline Leavitt, she was asked, why exactly is Donald Trump calling this whole thing a hoax? And what part of the story is a hoax?
Can you clarify which part of the Epstein hoax is the hoax part?
The president is referring to the fact that Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an asinine suggestion for any Democrat to make. The Democrats had control of this building, the White House, for 4 years, and they didn't do a dang thing when it came to transparency in regards to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous crimes. It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did. The Attorney General and the FBI, led by Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, and they spent many months going through all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein, and they concluded what they found in that memo, which they drafted and they released. And so the president has been transparent. He has followed through on his promises to the American people.
So it didn't sound like she really had much of an answer to what exactly is the hoax here. So there's all kinds of different opinions about where exactly is the hoax. I think part of what maybe he is saying is that the hoax part is that he is actually included in the list of perpetrators there in the Epstein files. The fact of the matter is there is no hoax when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, what he did. There's also no hoax regarding the fact that Donald Trump brought 3 of the biggest perpetrators of this story into the White House. Perpetrators meaning they are the ones that kept talking about this story over and over and over again. That, of course, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel. So it happened. I'm not going to go over the whole thing again about what part of this story is a hoax. We've all talked about that quite a bit. I'm just going to focus on the new information today. And she is right. Nobody on the left really cared about this story at all. It was the right. It was Pam Bondi. It was Dan Bongino, and it was Kash Patel, who were incredibly passionate about all of this. And then Donald Trump, of course, hired those folks. They've been pushing the story for years. They've been pushing the story. And then everybody gets in there and they do their digging and they somehow conclude there's nothing there. I don't buy that part of the story either. People are calling foul. People are calling BS on that. So the Trump administration now, and Donald Trump is saying, all right, it is time now for you to release whatever we can. Just release it. And by the way, one of the biggest sins in this whole thing as far as Donald Trump goes, is admonishing his own supporters for continuing to talk about all of this. And so that is part of the discussion. Now, other parts of the discussion is that Donald Trump is doing a lot of great things, and I've got details on that straight ahead. It is 5:21, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line, 615-737-9986. It is up. It is very active. Full of support, by the way. You'll love this. Full of support because people, as I was talking about how I showed up to work today, as did Joan, only one of us brought our voice today. And so if you know, Joan was having issues with her voice yesterday. She shows up today, no voice whatsoever, but she still shows up to work. A couple of people are like, well, gosh, Dan, you don't sound that great either today. Are you sick? I will admit I'm having a slight issue with the voice today. Very, very slight. But I'm going to make it because it is Friday, and I've done a lot of talking this week, and we'll continue to persevere. By the way, KGB also not here today. Sam is from the, what is it? Frying pan into the fire is what has happened today. So we have a lot going on, though, a lot of news. And by the way, I was talking about Donald Trump and this whole thing with this BS story from the Wall Street Journal. The president posting this on his Truth Social. The Wall Street Journal printed a fake letter, supposedly to Epstein. These are not my words, not the way that I talk. Also, the president says, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, that he should not print this fake story. But he did, and now I'm going to sue. Okay, so just so you know, I'm reading this for the first time because Joan sent it to me during the break. Trump says, I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, that he should not print this fake story, but he did. And now I'm going to sue his ass off. I think I could do that because he's the president. And that his third-rate newspaper, he's going to sue him and that of his third-rate newspaper. Thank you for your attention to this matter, DJT. I love Donald Trump. I mean, that kind of thing, it's just funny. It is. By the way, so here's what's going to happen today. Every time you folks on the cameras that are watching on all the various, when I address Sam, you will see that I have to look at my piece of paper because I have your name written on my piece of paper, Sam. Have they actually released the, because I kind of want to see the picture. I want to see what the picture looks like. And Joan is actually here, still in the newsroom, who is, I'm sure, listening. Joan, if they have printed the picture, see if you can find it for me. Because I want to see what it looks like. It's 5:29. All right. And by the way, the formatting in this first hour is also all weird because we don't have the news at the bottom of the hour because, again, Joan has no voice. So, again, it's going to be kind of a just a loosey-goosey kind of a show today. So let me know what you think on the Super Text line, 615-737-9986. Again, the story does continue. Donald Trump, by the way, is doing a lot of great things. And so coming up, a couple of things coming up in the news at 5:35. The great things that we should be talking about, and I will be talking about with Donald Trump, because I'm not going to live with the whole Epstein story today, just like I haven't been living with it the last, several weeks. Donald Trump has a lot of things to brag about. We will be talking about that and a whole lot more. By the way, do you know who came to the rescue of Donald Trump? You're not going to believe it. I'm going to tell you all of that coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 534, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to you, and hope you are doing well. Joan Jones is out sick this morning. She has no voice, and so we're hoping that she has, by the way, do you know who hey, Sam, do you know who the happiest guy in the world is this morning?
Me.
It's Joan's husband.
Aww.
See, that was wrong. And you know what the great thing is? The great thing is she has no voice, so she can't respond. I could just mess with Joan all day. I could tell Joan Jones jokes, and she's in there in the newsroom, and she has no way to respond. So yeah, I think it's going to be a quiet weekend in the Joan Jones household. Now, what are the great things that, by the way, if her camera is on, she's probably flipping me off via the camera. I'm sure that she's probably doing that. All right, moving right along. So, and by the way, I am also going to talk about a number of other things that are going on today, including Donald Trump's, I guess, swelling of his fingers. He's got some medical issues, so we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, so apparently we had Sam look up the Wall Street Journal article and the picture that Donald Trump supposedly drew, that there's absolutely no evidence that Trump actually did draw that actual picture of a naked woman and so forth. But Wall Street Journal has it behind a paywall. They have the story behind a paywall, but I have not seen, and maybe you folks, and I know Joan's over there looking as well, I have not seen the actual photo. And Sam says that the actual photo is not up on X or anywhere at this point. So it's all about, the story that, again, the Wall Street Journal says that they have not actually seen said photo. Maybe they've seen it by now, but I don't know. To me, again, this whole story just seems rather silly. And to Trump's point, really, after all this time, now it comes out, the whole thing just sounds really dumb. Now, let's talk a little bit about Donald Trump and some of the great things that he is doing. Caroline Leavitt brought up a great point yesterday. Remember yesterday, and I don't know who did what yesterday on their shows, but I know that I spent, I think, 1 or 2 segments on Donald Trump and everything that he has been doing to try to stop the fentanyl from coming into our country. Well, Caroline Leavitt had a note about the media coverage of that great day and the great thing that Donald Trump is doing to try to protect the American people.
But he doesn't like to see Democrats in the mainstream media covering this like it's the biggest story that the American people care about. Yesterday afternoon, the president is in the East Room of the White House mourning with parents who have lost their children because of fentanyl, signing a bipartisan piece of legislation. And not a single cable network in this country took that event live and covered that event like they should. Those are the issues the president cares about. What could be more important to the American people than helping families who have lost their children? Those are the issues this president is going to remain focused on.
Exactly. I mean, she's right. And also don't forget that the president was, out there after the event. He didn't run away like Joe Biden would try to do. He was right there. He was shaking a lot of hands. He was talking to these folks. So Caroline Leavitt is absolutely right. Do you know what Sam, do you know how to do a YouTube poll? So if I want to do this. Again, KGB is not here today. So one of the things that I want to do is let's do a YouTube poll. And here's what I want to know. And then you can figure out how to word it. On a scale of 1 to 10, knowing we only have 3 or 4 options, but on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you care about the Epstein story? And maybe let's do 1, which is, actually, let's do it like this. I don't care at all. I care, I don't know, whatever, moderately, somewhat. I really care, do it like that. Because to Caroline Leavitt's point, this is not the most important story of our times. And I will admit that it's not my most important story. I've been honest with you for a long time on that. I think that for me, I'm interested in it, but I think there's a lot of angles to this that I'm actually also very interested in, which is, for example, Donald Trump calling his supporters, calling out his supporters and saying, you know what, if you are my supporter and you're still talking about Epstein, well, then I don't want your support. I don't need your support. I found that, and I spoke about this yesterday, I found that deeply, deeply on a personal level insulting and disappointing. Because how many of us have lost friendships? How many of us have lost jobs? How many of us have lost family members as well because of our Trump support? So I'm just saying. Now, yesterday's White House briefing found a lot of questions about the files. Why? And one of the questions was, why don't you just release them with redactions?
Well, in terms of redactions or grand jury seals, those are questions for the Department of Justice. Those are also questions for the judges who have that information under a seal. And that would have to be requested, and a judge would have to approve it. That's out of the president's control. He has said, in agreement with some of the leaders on Capitol Hill, that if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice come across any other credible evidence, they should provide that to the American people. The president has said that, and he agrees with them on that.
All right, there you go. And she was also, by the way, asked about, this is another angle of this story. She was also asked about the influencers that seemed to suddenly shut up after the administration apparently told them to. At least that is the accusation.
Well, look, the president and this team are always in contact with the president's supporters with voices of many kinds on both sides of the aisle. I think that's part of the reason this president is a great president, because he's willing to listen and hear other people's perspectives. But ultimately, he has led this country, not just over the past 6 months to historic success, but also through his first 4 years as president. And as the leader and the creator of the MAGA movement, he has led through these perilous times for our country based on instinct and in the best interest of the country. And as I always say, the American people should trust in President Trump.
There you go. All right. You know who came to the aid of Donald Trump? Do you know who came to the rescue of Donald Trump? I was actually surprised to see this headline. Elon Musk. Elon Musk came to the defense of Donald Trump following the Wall Street Journal hit piece. Elon Musk rushing to Donald Trump's defense after a damning Wall Street Journal report detailed a lewd birthday letter the president allegedly presented to Jeffrey Epstein. And again, I thought it was interesting. The tech billionaire has repeatedly demanded the release of the unredacted documents related to the disgraced financier's sex trafficking case since dropping the really big bomb last month, a baseless claim that Donald Trump was withholding the files because they implicated him. After the Journal described on Thursday a birthday card that appeared to be signed by Trump for Epstein's 50th birthday, Musk abruptly shifted gears, coming to the former president's defense. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, the card supposedly said. According to the Wall Street Journal, the report states text is surrounded by a drawing of a naked woman, punctuated by a squiggly Donald, they say, mimicking pubic hair. Hours after the report's release, the president's former first buddy said, it really doesn't sound like something Donald Trump would say, to be honest. That's what Elon Musk says. It really doesn't sound like something Donald Trump would say. Musk retweeted a summary from his AI tool, Grok, casting doubt over the authenticity of the birthday card. In another similar Grok summary, he replied with a fire emoji. Trump denied having anything to do with the card, claiming, I never wrote a picture in my life. He says, I don't draw pictures of women, he told the Journal. It's not my language, and it's not my words. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm with Donald Trump on this one. I think this whole thing is complete and utter BS. And I think part of all of this story is going to go back to the Democrats and the media trying to do everything they can to continue to fan the flames of this story. That's what's going to happen. And for me, the more that they continue to do this, I think the more this story is going to lose legs. I do. Because what's going to happen is there will become a moment where it's going to be jump the shark. It's going to be a jump the shark moment where people are going to be like, all right, enough of all of this. I feel like I have to come clean on something. Sam, I appreciate that you didn't call me out on this, but I do feel like I have to come clean on something. And it's about the real reason why Joan is not on the air today. She's actually got a fine voice. The problem is that she's upset, really, and she just can't go on today. She is upset about the canceling of Stephen Colbert.
This kind of complicated financial settlement with a sitting government official has a technical name in legal circles. It's big fat bribe.
Yep, that is Stephen Colbert and what started everything.
This all comes as Paramount's owners are trying to get the Trump administration to approve the sale of our network to a new owner, Skydance. Some of the TV typers out there are blogging that once Skydance gets CBS, the new owner's desire to please Trump could put pressure on late-night host and frequent Trump critic Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, and so Stephen Colbert obviously very upset, and we've seen this before, where Donald Trump is, talking to ABC and CBS. You got all of these lawsuits, and people at CBS and 60 Minutes particularly, they've been really upset that Donald Trump has been negotiating, and CBS has been willing to negotiate this settlement with Donald Trump as his administration is supposed to approve this deal that would find CBS sold to new owners. And so yesterday, CBS, heard, obviously, I think what happened is Stephen Colbert said this earlier in the week, and they said, you know what? We're done with this. And they canceled this show. After what, 10, 11 years, something like that? So a few things, because there's a lot to this story. His ratings, from what I could tell, were good. However, you've got to put that in proper context. So he made $15 million a year. And on the heels of that monologue, apparently, he got called and he told that they were canceling his show. Not just firing him, but canceling the show altogether. The I don't know what you call it on late night CBS. Is that what it is? This was, the post that once held, David Letterman. And then Colbert came in following Letterman. But anyway, this is how he broke the news to his audience yesterday.
Before we start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
Isn't that crazy? So Stephen Colbert was so bad that they're just, killing the Late Show altogether. CBS put out a statement. We consider Stephen Colbert irreplaceable and will retire the Late Show franchise at that time. We are proud that Stephen called CBS home, the network said. He and the broadcast will be remembered in the pantheon of greats that graced late night television. I don't mean to sound old, but Carson was a genius most nights. Letterman was fantastic until he got too crotchety. They're going to keep the Late Show going for another, 10 months or so? But, the franchise itself is going to be going away at the end, clearly, of Stephen Colbert's contract.
What we do every day with you in front of this camera for the last 10 years. And let me tell you, it is a fantastic job. Right. I wish somebody else was getting it.
Well, they're not. Now, America has changed and media has changed. I think there's a lot to this. It's not just Stephen Colbert and The Late Show getting fired. The reality is that, number one, Fox News and Greg Gutfeld is kicking the holy crap out of Stephen Colbert and out of the rest of these late night guys, which there's Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon as well, I guess. I don't watch any of them. I, like many of you, watch Greg Gutfeld, and he's really, really good. But here's part of the story. If you are on a network and you blast the duly elected president every single night with such vitriol that it is not funny, then people go away. It is just that simple, pure and simple. Now, Gutfeld is doing fantastic. He's on Fox News, which is, of course, a network designed for political comedy. The networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC, they're not designed for political comedy. They're not designed to basically alienate half of the American people. They're just not. Gutfeld can because he's on Fox News. So I think part of what's going on is that America has changed, and we are far more segmented these days between, left and right. I mean, that's just the way that it is. So if you take, if you take Stephen Colbert and you put him on, let's say, MSNBC, would he have more success if he was on MSNBC and he would be like a version of Greg Gutfeld, but for the left over there again on MSNBC? I don't know. But Gutfeld's ratings are through the roof. Listen to these numbers. Greg Gutfeld has 3 million viewers. 365,000 of those viewers are in the coveted persons of 2554. Colbert, 1.9 million. So Gutfeld, 3 million. Colbert, 1.9 million. And by the way, Colbert has only 280,000 viewers in the age range, the demographic of 25-54. And do you know the staffing for a show like Colbert? They've got like 200 plus staffers, 200. And that's the crap they come up with. I mean, seriously. They've got this massive battery of producers and executive producers and so forth. And they focused clearly too much on politics and not as much on the comedy. And so they lost America. They really did. And ignoring, by the way, how popular Donald Trump was or is, that is a big mistake. And so I think that, people began to realize that Colbert, he was just covering for Joe Biden. It was clearly, and I mean clearly, a political show and not a show designed for comedy. It was not an escape for people who had been dealing with work and politics and the family and all that all day long, and they just wanted to laugh. I like what Joe Concha said last night on Hannity.
Well, you look at tonight, for example, Sean, and Stephen Colbert's primary guest, not the third guest, not the guy that's on after midnight, the first guest, the featured guest, is Adam Schiff, Senator, California. So you think back to the days of Johnny Carson, and you think of Rickles, or you think of Burt Reynolds, or you think of Sinatra, or Buddy Hackett, or any major Hollywood star. They were the featured guests. Now, with this guy, Stephen Colbert, it's Cory Booker, it's Zoran Mamdani, it's AOC, it's Jake Tapper, who lives to be on this show, or Nicole Wallace, or Chris Hayes, or name your MSNBC host who loves to be on Colbert. So it's no longer entertainment at this point. It's basically MSNBC, CNN, C-SPAN at night. And to your point, it just ain't funny when you don't have funny people on there, and all they do is talk about how horrible Donald Trump is and how Democrats want to save democracy. It's a joke.
He's absolutely right, Joe Concha. And yeah, last night they did have Adam Schiff on. And then I guess he had, I don't watch, never did really watch Stephen Colbert. I actually thought Stephen Colbert was funnier when he was making fun of Republicans. I actually thought he was funnier then. And so, because I can laugh at myself and all that, so whatever. But Stephen Colbert, who knows what the future is for him and who knows what the future is for late night TV. I do wonder if Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon, I wonder if both of them are now looking at their own situation and saying, you know what, how long is my show going to be around? Because you have Colbert and CBS came out and they said, well, this is all financial. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens moving forward to late night television. Again, meantime, you do have Greg Gutfeld, who is absolutely rocking the house. It is 5:53 Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
how would you like to have Jesus Christ pray for you? Did you know that Jesus Christ does pray for you if you're a Christian? Hebrews 7:25 says, "Therefore he is able also to save forever those who draw near to God through him, since he always lives to make intercession for them." In Scripture, intercession means to pray on behalf of. Jesus Christ is your advocate. An advocate comes to our aid or pleads our case to a judge, offering support and counsel and interceding for us when necessary. In other verses, Jesus calls the Holy Spirit our advocate. Just like you talk to yourself, when Jesus talks to himself, it's prayer. The Bible says no matter what you go through today, next week, or next year, Jesus is praying for you if you have trusted him as your Savior. He's on your side.
Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Wow, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking guaranteed for only $49.99.
.557, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to a Friday of Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mand is here, and we're getting ready to air. You know what it is? A trigger warning. I've got to give you folks a trigger warning. At the top of the hour, Joan arrived at work today, but she forgot her voice. She has no voice this morning, so she is feeding me some headlines and doing some stuff on the social media side, but she simply has no voice. So we're going to run ABC News at the top of the hour. There is your trigger warning. It is only 2 minutes long. You know what? I'm gonna listen, and Sam, help me out. I'm gonna listen to ABC. And if they're doing extraordinarily, and Joan, you're going to be part of this too, okay? So the three of us are going to listen to ABC News right now, and let's, as a community, decide whether or not we want to put ABC News on timeout this morning. And if we do decide to put ABC News on timeout this morning, we'll just blow through the top of the hour. So let's listen. If they're really biased, if ABC News has their bias hat on this morning, and at this newscast, then we'll just blow past the top of the hour and not just do news. We'll just, continue to have our fun and frivolity this morning. And if they actually do a decent job, then we'll utilize them for the rest of the broadcast day here during the morning show. So ABC News is coming up. You let me know on the super text line. Once the news, I can't believe I'm doing this. Once the newscast is done, should we continue to air ABC News this morning instead of Joan Jones, who does not have a voice? 615-737-9986. Let's all listen to ABC News and hear how they do on this next newscast. I hope nobody tells them what we're doing because I could get in a lot of trouble, actually. The other people, you know what people said? Why don't you have Joan type out her newscast and then have AI do an example of, her voice, and we could have AI actually do it in Joan's voice. I have no idea how to do that, but that is something that we can maybe try for next time. It is coming up on 6 o'clock, ABC News, right now on Super Talk.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. In the end, it happened as expected. Along a mostly party line vote, the House agreeing with the Senate to let President Trump decide to cancel funding that Congress has already approved. ABC's Jim Ryan has the details.
The final vote was hardly a landslide.
On this vote, the yeas are 216. The nays are 213.
But House Speaker Mike Johnson says the effect will be profound.
We clawed back $9 billion in taxpayer funds and wasteful spending, fraud, waste, and abuse.
The cuts included $1.1 billion for the Public Broadcasting Corporation and $135 million to the World Health Organization. The rescissions package now heads to President Trump's desk. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
President Trump, after calling those who had been clamoring for all the Justice Department files on Jeffrey Epstein to be released stupid, now directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to unseal grand jury testimony in the case.
The White House is expected to file the motion today, but the decision is ultimately up to the judge. Legal experts say the chances of the material being released in full are extremely slim.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. The White House confirming the president has been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition in elderly people. In rural Maine, there's a teenage suspect in custody in connection with the murder of paddleboarder Sunshine Stewart.
The shocking arrest of a teenager in the killing of a paddleboarder found dead on a pond island in Maine. Sources say the suspect, a 17-year-old male from Maine, was on a summer visit with his family to the rustic campgrounds east of Augusta, where 48-year-old Sunshine Sunny Stewart was last seen alive.
That's ABC's Andrea Fujii. In Gaza, funeral services were held Thursday following the Israeli shelling of Holy Family, the territory's only Catholic church. Cardinal Pietro Pizzabella, the Latin patriarch in Jerusalem, arrived there today in the aftermath. You're listening to ABC News.
6:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you. All right, so I'm just going to tell you, I don't believe, and I've conferred with Joan, I've conferred with Sam, and we all, and Mason here as well. I don't think that particular newscast from ABC, quite frankly, was all that bad. So I didn't sense a lot. I caught a little thing, but I think it was okay. So we're going to continue because Joan shows up to work today without a voice. We'll give ABC News another shot at 7 o'clock. However, they are on probation. That's what we're going to do. All right, Sam, is my audio up? All right, so Justin Jones is in the news tonight, this morning. Listen to this.
Newly elected Tennessee State Representative is asked to leave the Nashville airport.
State Representative Justin Jones made an appearance at the airport this evening looking to speak with Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Noem was at BNA to unveil a new TSA line dedicated to military members and their families. Jones went to the airport saying he wanted answers on the recent ICE operations in South Nashville. Airport police removed him before he could speak with Noem.
So I'm going to leave willingly because this is not on the police or the airport staff. This is on Secretary Noem, who refuses to answer questions because who's scared to talk to lawmakers and who's hiding behind secrecy because she knows what she's doing is on the wrong side of history.
Nearly 200 people were arrested when ICE officials teamed up with the Tennessee Highway Patrol for what they called a public safety operation. 95 of them had previous criminal records. Little information has been released about the others arrested.
So that is Justin Jones. So I guess he shows up to the airport and he just decides, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hang out and I'm going to try to have a word with Kristi Noem. I mean, I think it's obvious to everyone involved that he wants publicity. And that's what he's getting. He got it from the local TV. He's getting it from me, of course. Some of the highlights of this story, he was not invited. Department of Homeland Security says that this was a media event that was invite only, and he was not invited. Being escorted out of this speech delivered by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She was there to announce, again, a new honor lane for military members and family to speed up their TSA screening. And she, of course, encouraging illegal immigrants to self-deport and take that $1,000 incentive. And again, Kristi Noem answering those questions about ICE enforcement in Nashville today. And, you know, here's the thing. The reason probably why Justin Jones wasn't invited is because they know that the man cannot behave. He simply cannot behave. So this was, and by the way, this is a great thing. This is a great thing. The TSA lanes for military folks. This is part of that story about why she was here. Secretary of Homeland Security, it's Kristi Noem. Held a press conference at the Nashville International Airport Thursday to announce new changes coming to airport security. Noem was at BNA to highlight the TSA honor lane, an expedited security screening lane designated for active duty military and their families. Can I just say this? I didn't even know there wasn't one. Like, why is it taking so long? I mean, it seems to me like if you're in the military and you're active duty, then you should get to spend, you know, every waking moment that you can with your family and not have to spend, you know, a long time going through security and all of those other things. BNA, they say, is one of 11 airports that currently have dedicated lanes and front-of-line privileges for military members. And Noem said the Department of Homeland Security is planning to add them to even more, starting with airports closest to military bases. They say it is part of the Serve with Honor, Travel with Ease benefits the Department of Homeland Security is rolling out. The program allows Gold Star family members who have lost a loved one in active duty to apply for TSA PreCheck for free and offers a $25 discount on TSA PreCheck fees for the spouses of active duty military. You know, I've got my friend who's liberal. Well, I used to be a friend. I don't, he's really not much of one anymore, but it's the one that called me a racist. Do you know one of the arguments that I got into a fight with him about was he was complaining about why it is that the military gets so many benefits, like freebies and like this kind of thing. They get Veterans Day, they get Memorial Day, they get veterans discounts, they get, all kinds of discounted things all throughout the year. Now they're going to get, I could just hear them in my head. Now they're going to get, special privileges at the airport. Why is it the military gets this special treatment? They volunteered to be in the military. And I remember this conversation like it was yesterday because it did have such an impact on me. And again, this was when I was in Denver. So this was like years ago. And I said, are you kidding me? Really? Like this was back when he and I could actually have a reasonable, this is like BT, right? You know what BT is? Before Trump. So this was before Trump when this particular liberal and I could actually have reasonable conversations. And I said, are you serious? You just made your point in the final sentence when you said this is a volunteer military. These men and women of the military, they volunteer to go into the military. Instead of going off and working in the private sector, they are putting their lives and their families on the line. I don't think it's too much to, have a restaurant offer them a 20% discount. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it is astonishing and I know that there's people out there. There's even conservatives. There's even conservatives that would say, oh, well, why are the military getting special treatment? The military gets special treatment. You know why? Because they're special. And they deserve that special treatment, even in a time where we are not at war. I believe that they deserve special treatment because they are signing up ultimately to protect America. Kristi Noem says these tokens of gratitude are just a small amount of what we can do in this country to honor those who serve in our military, but also them and their families and recognize their sacrifice. Noem saying those benefits are already in effect today. So I would encourage all of our military members, all of those Gold Star families to take advantage of them as soon as possible. And so I love that. Noem also announcing a new program called Families on the Fly, which will create dedicated security lanes for families with young children. The program will also give families a $15 discount on TSA pre-check enrollment fees, and on it goes. So I like that. And of course, you have Justin Jones trying to hog the headlines by showing up unannounced, uninvited, basically a House representative here in the state of Tennessee, a representative version of Alex Padilla, the senator who tried to crash one of her press conferences. I bet he's upset. You know what? I bet you Justin Jones is waking up this morning. Do you know what Justin's biggest regret is from yesterday? That he was not tackled by security. That is his biggest regret today. There's video of him, and he is he's talking to airport security, right? And he's probably saying to airport security, hey, can you guys do me a solid? I got the guy filming over there. Can you guys just tackle me? Could you just do that and maybe yell at me? Maybe call me some racial epithets? Could you do that for me? I guarantee you that is going through the mind of one Justin Jones this morning, was that he didn't get the Alex Padilla treatment. Anyway, so, and by the way, good on President Trump. My own personal feeling is, regardless of what my liberal friends might complain about, I think anything we can do to help ease the burden of our members of the military as they're traveling is a good thing. And shame on Justin Jones for trying to hijack what the president and Kristi Noem and the Department of Homeland Security is trying to do. Coming up, did you hear what Barack Obama said? Oh, my Lord. That is straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, today is going to be some rain off and on, a high of 90. Saturday, sun and clouds, of storms possible in the afternoon, a high of 88. Sunday, Mostly sunny and a high of 93. Slight chance of storms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Barack Obama says that young boys need a gay man in their lives. I'm going to repeat that, then I'm going to play the audio. Barack Obama actually says that young boys need a gay man in their lives. That's what he said.
That's one of the things that I think a lot of times boys need is not just exposure to one guy.
One dad.
One dad. No matter how good the dad
is. He can't be everything.
He can't be everything. And that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and he's talking about a gay man. So to me, that statement proves that they have so little respect for fathers to say that one dad may not be enough. Really? No matter how good that dad is, that doesn't make any sense to me. There's a lot of folks in this country who would love to have even one father, let alone two, and I get that. But again, this second dad has to be gay. So it feels like this is disparaging to fathers, to me, and to straight men.
And that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Really? Give the boy some perspective on the dad. So now we need a gay man in our lives to what? Give perspective and on what the father's advice is or guidance is? To me, that doesn't make any sense. What does that even mean? Give perspective on the dad. So now the dad has to get what? Backup from this second father, whatever the former president is trying to say. It doesn't make any sense to me. And it does show the disrespect that Barack Obama has.
One of the most valuable things I learned as a guy was I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't out of line, who became one of my favorite professors and was a great guy and would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant.
Where is he now? Where's that college professor now, Brock? Because you do sound ignorant. You need that gay man in the life of a young boy to give perspective on the dad. What the hell does that even mean? But that's what Obama. By the way, he's on with. I don't know if you caught this, but he's on with Michelle Obama, very active listener. Because throughout this like 25, 30-second soundbite, she did that like 15 times. And it was annoying as all get out. But Obama sounds like he is very ignorant here. And he talks about having a friend group. And it's almost like what he's saying is you need to actively go out and find somebody, I don't know, gay to hang out with.
You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or what have you, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Yeah.
Right? So
all right. So just so we're clear, Barack Obama says that just in case your child might be gay, you need to go find a gay person to be in your child's life. Is that what you're selling? All right. I don't get that. And listen, and my comments are not based on any hatred for the gay community. I just think that is an insult to fathers. I mean, to me, when you have the former president saying that a good father is not enough, that you've got to have, a gay man also in your child's life, not only is that insulting to fathers, but honest to goodness, that just sounds darn right creepy. Does that sound creepy to you? It does to me. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. And let's see here. Okay, so Joan is not here. Well, she's here, but she has no voice. And so we are... And by the way, I liked Joan's official comment, which... Hey, Joan, if you want to, like, send me on text your official comments, that's all fine, well, and good. Joan sent me one text that said Obama is gross. Thank you. I totally agree with you. By the way, do you know who also seems like she also has the opinion that Obama is gross? Michelle Obama, because she keeps bashing him on this insipid, podcast of hers. And the big question is, are they ever going to get the divorce that it seems like Michelle Obama so desperately wants? And I think that if somebody were to ask Michelle Obama, Michelle, do you still love your husband, or do you actually revile him as it seems like you're portraying on your podcast? Okay, there you go. Let's see here. So we are going to do what now? We're not going to do the tease. We're going to do the promo, right? Okay, so we'll return next on WTN. All right, 622, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I got to tell you, my friends at Contours, they are doing a great job helping people slide into those bathing suits this summer. They've just got a long list of people who they have helped with their Belly Buster special, again, from Contours. I've been talking about this for quite some time. Both Chad Benson and I have been going through these Belly Buster specials, and they're great. Now, most folks are going to lose at least 2 inches in the middle with this red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but it is effective as well. It's cutting edge. You've heard of the red light technology. If you haven't heard of red light technology, go to their website, contoursllc.com, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. The first 10 callers right now gets that for $99. The Belly Buster special for $99 from Contours right now. It is the July special. Check them out online. If you, again, you don't know what that red light technology is, go to contoursllc.com and you'll see for yourself how this red light technology actually works. Cutting edge, incredibly unique. It is effective. And since I started doing commercials, a lot of folks have been going to Contours to check this out. So you want to do the same thing? First 10 callers right now gets that Belly Buster special to help you slide back into your bathing suit. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Even Michelle Obama says that it works. ContoursLLC.com. 626, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co., a great Tennessee company that continues to grow and expand. Now, you know that Stoltz Co., they build pole barns, and that these pole barns can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. Yes, you can live in these pole barns. And these days, those barn dominiums, they are new and improved. Stoltz Co. is now offering you turnkey options. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key, and you are home thanks to Stoltz Co. By the way, they also these days now offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. I love this company, Stoltz Co. I've been with them a long time. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., it can be used, again, for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co., 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com. .628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Boy, the comments to that last segment, holy cow. 2666, Barack Obama is stereotyping that all gay men are sissies. Screw that guy. I would agree with that. And, of course, the overriding response, of course, to Barack Obama out there now saying that a dad is not enough in a young man's life. That young man also needs a gay adult male role model. Is that, well, he did marry Mike. I'm just reading the super text line. That's all I'm doing is I'm just reporting what you folks are saying. That's all I'm doing. It is, by the way, even though Joan has no voice, Sam is here this morning producing. We do still have all of the litany of ways that you can watch us and listen. Watch us on YouTube, Rumble, X, Facebook, 997WTN.com. You can also, that's where you can watch us. You can listen to us on all the streaming apps, iHeart, TuneIn, and also 997 WTN, the app for the radio station as well. It is 6:30 on Super Talk 997 WTN. .631, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Happy Friday. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, USS is a great company. I've had them out to my home several times, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And yeah, he does give USS 5 stars all the way. And by the way, so do I. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and, yes, foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. When they ask you, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Online, USSTN.com. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at Tennessee National. Listen, if you've always wanted to live by the lake, this is a great opportunity for you. Tennessee National, a lakefront resort, golf, and marina community, they are releasing a brand new phase of lake lots, one day only, on Saturday, July 26th. Let me run through some of these real quick. A cottage package with a boat slip, they are starting at $359.9. An acre-and-a-half lake lot with covered boat slips from $99.9, and move-in ready homes with free upgraded outdoor kitchens, $30,000 off, courtesy of my friends at Tennessee National. Look, they've got 10 miles of walking trails. They've got a new marina and resort, 3.5 miles of incredible shoreline, a big old clubhouse, waterfront concerts, and that overlooks a beautiful lake. This is the place for you. And yes, they are releasing a brand new phase of lake lots, one day only, on July 26th. Schedule your appointment to go see this private tour. 865-408-9992. 865-408-9992. Saturday, July 26th. This is the place you want to check out, TennesseeNational.com. .634, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, and that number is 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. A lot of people talking about Donald Trump and, of course, the whole Epstein situation, and also his physical issues that he announced yesterday. He's got some swelling in his hands, nothing serious. We will go over that during the radio show at 7 o'clock, in the 7 o'clock hour here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. But one of the things that a lot of you folks, I covered this first thing in the 5 o'clock hour, a lot of the things that you folks are saying about Trump, and the breaking news this morning is that supposedly Wall Street Journal is reporting that Donald Trump typed out, this just doesn't make any sense, right? That Donald Trump typed out this risque letter written to Jeffrey Epstein years ago. Has Donald Trump's name on it. It's a personal note meant to celebrate Epstein's 50th birthday party, 50th birthday. That is about 3 years before all of these sex abuse allegations came to light. And so all of this was in the Wall Street Journal. Now, a couple of things just real quick. Number one, and I've got President Trump's reaction to all of this, but can I just ask this question? So why, if they're reporting on the existence of this hand-drawn letter where you've got, supposedly Trump with a message and then the drawing of a naked woman, which is what the accusation is, where is this letter? Like, where is it? Because if they're doing the story, well, then you would think that they would release the letter so that people could see it.
According to the Journal, it contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. They don't use the word Sharpie. They describe it as a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, the Journal says, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, according to the Journal, quote, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret," end quote.
Oh, so what's the secret? Everybody wants to know what the secret is. I am so calling BS on this story. I'm calling BS on this story, and the second I woke up this morning and I saw this, I'm thinking, okay, so now, at this particular moment in time, when the GOP is engaged in this massive battle going on between, Trump supporters and, is he, appropriately calling for the Epstein files to be released? Why did he say that there's nothing here? Why is he calling it a hoax? All of these things. Why is he telling his supporters that they're no longer supporters if they're still talking about the Epstein files? I mean, all of this. And now all of a sudden this comes up to, fan the flames. Pour gasoline on the fire. Now, number one, who types a personal letter? That would be number one. Who types a personal letter? And this was in 2003. Donald Trump is not a politician at this point. So it just, to me, this seems to be like a very, very minor version of the grab them by the pee story. You remember all of that insanity. But see, at least there was an audio recording of that. There's nothing here. And there's no proof that Donald Trump actually wrote this.
Now, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal about this reporting, the Journal says Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. He said, and I quote, "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my words." And he went on to tell the Journal that he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it went ahead and published the article, saying, "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else."
Yeah, and he is going to sue the Wall Street Journal. Actually, I saw online, they said litigation is forthcoming. So Trump, of course, as Trump does, they released this statement, and this is what it says regarding the Wall Street Journal. Releasing this story, they're not releasing the actual alleged picture, allegedly, probably not, that was typed out, Donald Trump's words, supposedly, and a drawing of a woman with pubic hair. Wall Street Journal, this is with Donald Trump. The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, and if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Caroline Leavitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker did not want to hear that. Instead, they were going with a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. I'm going to pause this for a second. So Trump says that this has been released, but it is not. They released the story, but as far as I can tell, I can't seem to find the letter anywhere. Neither can Joan, and Sam can't either.
I have an excerpt from the letter.
You have an excerpt from the letter? What does it say, Sam?
So, it isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Voiceover. "There must be more to life than having everything," the note began. Donald. "Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is." Jeffrey. "Nor will I, since I also know what it is." Donald. "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey." Jeffrey. "Yes, we do, come to think of it." Donald. "Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?" Jeffrey. "As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you." Trump. "A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret."
So, I don't understand the back and forth.
They're alleging that there's this conversation around the naked woman in the letter that he...
In a letter?
That he made up a cartoon.
Like they're handing a letter back and forth?
that they're having a conversation over the image.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Send me that. Send me what you have. Send me what you have. Because I would love to, I would love to see how they are positioning this whole thing. By the way, President Trump goes on to say that he has already beaten George Stephanopoulos in ABC, 60 Minutes in CBS, and others in these lawsuits, and looks forward to suing and holding accountable the once great Wall Street Journal, saying it has truly turned out to be a disgusting and filthy rag, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their desperation to remain relevant. Finally saying if there were any truth at all on the Epstein hoax, as it pertains to President Trump, this information would have been revealed by Comey, Brennan, Crooked Hillary, and other radical left lunatics years ago. See, that's what I was saying earlier, that all of a sudden, in this particular moment in time, when the entire world is so focused on Epstein and Donald Trump's reaction to it, and is he in this, in this content, suddenly this letter just appears out of nowhere. It seems like a complete bogus story. Donald Trump says this would have been exposed by the radical left lunatics years ago. It certainly would not have sat in a file waiting for Trump to have won 3 elections. This is yet another example of fake news. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, writing on X, the Wall Street Journal, published a hatchet job article with a fake birthday letter that is supposedly from 2003. The Wall Street Journal refusing to show them the letter and conceded they don't even have it in their possession. When we asked them to verify the alleged document, they're basing their entire fake story on. She added, when has President Trump ever spoken like the conversation alleged in the fake Wall Street Journal story? That's not at all how he speaks or writes. The Wall Street Journal knowingly published false information to smear the president of the United States. So, I mean, this is sort of an ongoing story that is unfolding this morning. After all of that mess, the president put out his own note on Truth Social. That's part of the story is coming up. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. As far as your weather goes today, we've got possible storms and rain off and on, a high of 90. Saturday, sun and clouds and storms are possible in the afternoon, high of 88. And on Sunday, mostly sunny, high of 93. Slight chance of some storms. We're talking about the latest controversy or non-controversy, depending on how you look at it. Supposedly, Donald Trump writing this letter to Jeffrey Epstein back in 2003 to mark his 50th birthday party. Supposedly there's a drawing of a naked woman on the letter. None of this has been proven with any actual evidence. But Donald Trump, because CNN is all over this this morning, and this is what the president says on Truth Social. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam, the president says, perpetuated by the Democrats, should end right now. And last night, Bondi did announce that the DOJ was going to ask the courts to unseal grand jury transcripts related to Epstein. So she is saying that they're going to do this as early as today. Now, again, remember, grand jury transcripts, they're supposed to be kept secret to protect victims and witnesses. A grand jury basically is used to determine if there is enough evidence to go to an actual trial. All of the grand jury material is from the case against Epstein in Florida. Don't forget, you also have those accusations. That evidence is being held in the Southern District of New York, and the judges are holding back information there. And that was what Alan Dershowitz alleged the other day. So now the story continues. I don't believe it. Caroline Leavitt was absolutely battered with these questions yesterday as Trump has been, calling this whole thing a hoax. Well, one reporter asked, what does that mean?
Can you clarify which part of the Epstein hoax is the hoax part?
The president is referring to the fact that Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an asinine suggestion for any Democrat to make. The Democrats had control of this building, the White House, for 4 years, and they didn't do a dang thing when it came to transparency in regards to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous crimes. It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did. The Attorney General and the FBI, led by Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, and they spent many months going through all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein, and they concluded what they found in that memo, which they drafted and they released. And so the president has been transparent. He has followed through on his promises to the American people.
I think this story, because Sam just sent me the Wall Street Journal thing that people have put out of this imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein written in the third person. This may very well be the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. So this is, and you heard Sam reading it earlier, but now I have a little bit more clarity as to what this is. So supposedly Trump wrote in this letter an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Have you ever, folks, have you ever in your life ever done this ever? No, you haven't, because no normal person would do this. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is, Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. That is so dumb. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Donald Trump would ever do that. It's not how Donald Trump talks, and it's certainly not how he operates. That's just dumb. That is just dumb. And Pam Bondi was right, of course. Nobody cared about this story on the left until it became a heated issue amongst Republicans. And one of the things that she pointed out is Donald Trump is doing great things.
But he doesn't like to see Democrats and the mainstream media covering this like it's the biggest story that the American people care about. Yesterday afternoon, the president is in the East Room of the White House mourning with parents who have lost their children because of fentanyl, signing a bipartisan piece of legislation. And not a single cable network in this country took that event live and covered that event like they should. Those are the issues the president cares about. What could be more important to the American people than helping families who have lost their children? Those are the issues this president is going to remain focused on.
Yeah, and for the record, I covered that yesterday, so Caroline Leavitt doesn't, start yelling at me. But she is right. And I know that Chris Hand covered it. I think we all covered that story because it is a great thing. Donald Trump trying to protect the American people by stopping the flow of fentanyl coming into our country. And that is a great thing. And the other thing that I spoke about was Trump, where after the event, he went down and he spoke to all of those angel families that have lost family members because of fentanyl. And so now the big question is, okay, so what about the grand jury information and the interviews and all of that? What about this information that is still out there? She was asked about, can you release this information maybe with some redactions?
Well, in terms of redactions or grand jury seals, those are questions for the Department of Justice. Those are also questions for the judges who have that information under a seal. And that would have to be requested, and a judge would have to approve it. That's out of the president's control. He has said, in agreement with some of the leaders on Capitol Hill, that if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice come across any other credible evidence, they should provide that to the American people. The president has said that, and he agrees with them on that.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of it. By the way, the other thing that Caroline Levitt said is she was asked about these influencers. Because you all know the story about the influence and about how supposedly the administration went to these influencers and they said, hey, you know what? Can you just back off of the Epstein conversation?
Well, look, the president and this team are always in contact with the president's supporters, with voices of many kinds on both sides of the aisle. I think that's part of the reason this president is a great president, because he's willing to listen and hear other people's perspectives. But ultimately, he has led this country, not just over the past 6 months to historic success, but also through his first 4 years as president. And as the leader and the creator of the MAGA movement, he has led through these perilous times for our country based on instinct and in the best interest of the country. And as I always say, the American people should trust in President Trump.
All right, there you go. And I'm just going to tell you that I do trust in President Trump. I do. Do I like that he called out people that are still talking about this and saying, well, I don't need your support. I don't want your support. Y'all are, whatever it was, weak and cowards, whatever it was. And I just think that was a really, BS thing to do. But he hasn't lost me. Donald Trump hasn't lost me. And I know that for a lot of you, he hasn't lost you either. And I think that I actually, during the that soundbite that was playing, I asked Sam, are we sure that letter is from the Wall Street Journal? And you say that silly little bizarre fake conversation supposedly between Trump and Epstein, that was part of that letter. It just doesn't make any sense. It is just so incredibly stupid. And the fact that the Wall Street Journal, as Donald Trump says, the once great Wall Street Journal, the fact that they went with that story, it just makes no sense to me whatsoever. All right, it is 6:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. $6.54, Dan Mandis here for DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, terrific selection, and value as well. Now, I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's, and they've been helping folks out for 3 generations. And if you need it, well, they've got it at DT McCall's. Indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. Of course, you know all about their lawn mowers and outdoor lawn equipment, appliances. If it plugs in, they've got it, and they've always got specials going on to save you money. Right there on the front page of their website. Check it out. They're going to have great prices on all the best brands of appliances, furniture as well, but specifically appliances. You got washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. They've been at it for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff at DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up in the next hour, Congressman Andy Ogles, he is calling for an investigation into Belmont University with some very scurrilous accusations against Belmont. So I've got that story for you. And also, one of my favorite stories of the day, Joy Reid and Piers Morgan, an epic discussion last night on Piers Morgan's show. Details straight ahead. Dan Matt is here. Mark Spain, Real Estate. Listen, if you want to make the most of your summer by selling your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can. You can skip all the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly without the stress of showings, open houses, or costly repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed all-cash offer allows you to sell your home in as little as 21 days. And yes, move when you are ready. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, markspain.com. $8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We have ABC News. They passed the audition in the 6 o'clock hour, and we didn't hear as much bias, and so we're going to allow them to do the 7 o'clock news. Joan Jones arrived at work today. She remembered her coffee. She remembered, whatever she needs to bring to work every single day. She did, however, forget her voice. So Joan Jones, no voice today, forced to run ABC. And that 2-minute newscast is coming up next. There is your trigger warning. Also coming up, again, Andy Ogles going after Belmont University. That is number one. And an absolutely epic story. I cannot wait to play this audio for you, where Joy Reid reemerges and she and Piers Morgan go after it. That is all coming up right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So this is where we should be going to ABC News. There should be some kind of a bed. It's okay. Everybody's fine. Hold on. So we're having some problems. We ready to go to ABC? All right, go. All right, so there's that. Now, there we go.
Sherry Preston, how you feel about the $9 billion in federal funding for international aid programs and public broadcasting going away may well depend on which political party you support.
This effort by the Trump administration to once again hurt everyday Americans.
Getting spending under control. Does it answer all the problems? No. $9 billion, I would say, is a good start. And hopefully we do more things like this.
Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Republican leader Steve Scalise debating the $9 billion rescissions package that passed the House just after midnight along mostly party lines. The bill now headed to President Trump's desk for his signature. His signature already on the okay for Attorney General Pam Bondi to unseal grand jury testimony in the Jeffrey Epstein case.
For the second time this week, House Republicans voted down a Democratic procedural move to force the release of the Epstein files, even as they advance their own resolution that calls for the release of the documents. But the resolution is non-binding. Critics, like Republican Thomas Massie of Kentucky, slamming the move, saying, Congress thinks you're stupid. The Rules Committee passed a non-binding Epstein resolution, hoping folks will will accept it as real. It forces the release of nothing.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio in Washington. A new medical diagnosis for President Trump, chronic venous insufficiency, common among older people. It's when veins have trouble moving to block the heart, causing swelling in the lower legs.
The White House says the president is in good health and that he's not in any pain, but the administration not revealing how the president will be treated. We are told treatment typically includes medication to increase blood flow, elevation of the legs, or even minor surgery if necessary.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott. 3 days after comedian Stephen Colbert spoke out against Paramount Global settling with President Trump over a 60 Minutes interview, Colbert has announced his late-night show is being canceled. CBS says it was purely a financial decision. You're listening to ABC News.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well, and welcome on in to a Friday. Joan Jones is out sick today. Sam is producing, and there is a number of stories that I want to cover in this particular segment. Congressman Andy Ogles, of course, you know, congressman from the 5th Congressional District, he is now going after Belmont University. Now, as you know, Donald Trump has signed an executive order, and this was a while ago now, but he signed an executive order banning all things DEI from universities. And so apparently Belmont University did not get that. This is what the accusation is. Belmont University didn't get the memo because there's audio, and I've got some of that audio that will prove that they're just going to keep doing what they're doing regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, remember that, and I've interviewed multiple folks on this, but remember part of what they're doing in education is they're continuing on with the DEI policies. They just changed the names. Not only do they do that in academia, but they've also been doing it in the government itself. Well, we'll just change the name. We don't call it, diversity, equity, and inclusion anymore. We call it, whatever. And they'll make up some stupid flowery name that they do in the government. And then they continue on. You know who figured that out? By the way, Marco Rubio. And so I got to tell you that when you hear these kinds of stories, allegedly, it is incredibly infuriating. So this is, I think this is Channel 2 that was covering the story. And this is part of what they had to say. This is, again, Andy Ogles and the lawsuit against, or calling for an investigation into Belmont University.
The footage was posted by Town Hall, a conservative media outlet. It appears to have been recorded last month secretly. An employee could be heard discussing Belmont's Office of Hope, Unity, and Belonging, known as the Hub.
There you go. Hope, remember I said some sort of a flowery name? Hope, Unity, and Belonging is now where this DEI stuff is taking place.
Could be heard discussing Belmont's Office of Hope, Unity, and Belonging, known as the Hub. He admits it's a DEI program and that they changed the language used by them. The staff member also said undocumented students attend the university.
Yeah, and there are documents that literally show that they're looking at budgets and so on and so forth. And one of those line items literally says diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, which is now illegal, according to President Trump and his order and his executive order. And so part of this conversation has to be, okay, so Andy Ogles finds out about this, and what does he do?
Congressman Ogles now wants a federal probe to review if Belmont is in compliance with Trump's executive order and to clarify if name changes constitutes violation of the law. He also called for the school to be defunded. In a statement to WSMV4, Belmont University responded to Ogles' claim, saying in part, "We are deeply saddened that these videos portray Belmont as having a shadow operation, as nothing could be further from the truth. It's also disappointing that Representative Ogles and others perceive such an approach as being representative of Belmont University's character and values."
All right, so we'll have to see. This is, by the way, some of the audio. And Belmont University, they're saying, that they're not doing what they're being accused of. Well, let's listen to some of this audio where they're literally saying that we're going to continue doing what we're doing.
We're always going to keep doing what we're doing. The work never stops. We just change on how we talk about it.
Yeah, this is Joseph Lukey, by the way, Belmont University Assistant Director of Student Success and Flourishing. And this is what he says. He just said, we're just changing the way that we're talking about it.
Obviously, you can tell I'm very passionate about stuff like this. We always try to just adapt to what's happening around us, but that doesn't mean like what we're focusing on completely stops. We definitely have to navigate very carefully and just cautiously, just because we just don't ever know, especially with like the ICE raids that are happening in the city. That impacts our campus. We do have undocumented students here. Yeah, we don't communicate to anybody externally who's undocumented, who is. And so, yes, we know who it is. Faculty don't really know. How could they? Unless it's indicated in the system somewhere.
So they're, I don't know, man, that sounds pretty straightforward. So they admit that they've got undocumented students at Belmont, and they also admit that, and there's some gray area perhaps on this one, but they also admit that they're changing the way they're talking about things, which, at least to me, the way that I interpret this, and obviously Andy Ogles, Congressman Ogles, feels the same way, where they're changing the way that they speak about these things and changing the names, which, at least to them, constitutes not talking about DEI and not executing DEI initiatives. But, I mean, again, that's what we're finding is instead of calling something DEI, they're calling it hope and belonging and all that other nonsense.
We have an office just dedicated for international students. We try to create it as an inclusive space as possible here at Belmont. No, we're not going to be out in the news doing all these things. This is how we stand, or this is what we stand by. No, we're not going to make any outward statements. However, the work, the initiatives, things that are happening on campus, that's how we show how inclusive we're being. Even with us being a private school, like we do get some heat on it. The hub will be your point of contact to really just understand how the landscape looks at Belmont, but also how can you be involved in those things without like the feds running in here. We're doing the work, we just may not be as loud as other people are about it. It is the way, because if you're navigating in the shadows, like nobody's paying attention to Belmont.
Wow. Well, they are now. I love it. Nobody's paying attention to Belmont. Well, Town Hall did, and they got that audio, and that audio, at least to me, it does sound like a smoking gun, and so we'll try to get Congressman Ogles on to talk about this. He's not, try to get him on it. Honest, just being honest. Since I said that he was kissing Trump's butt, he won't come on. I've asked, but I can't seem to get him on. Anyway, moving right along. Joy Reid. And by the way, shame on Belmont. That audio sounds to me like they're operating in the shadows, trying to get away with DEI and trying to get away with the specific things that Donald Trump has executive ordered out. So I like the fact that Congressman Ogles is calling for that investigation, and we will continue to follow that story. Now, there is a story out there. Joy Reid, we all know Joy Reid, right? I mean, I wish that we didn't, but we do. By the way, CNN reporting new developments as in this whole birthday note with that drawing to Epstein. The new development is, and I've been sharing this with you since the beginning, Donald Trump is denying writing that very odd and weird birthday note to Jeffrey Epstein. By the way, Elon Musk, I forgot to mention this. Elon Musk has actually come out now and said, Donald Trump doesn't speak like this, and Donald Trump doesn't act like this. Can you imagine Donald Trump being so incredibly busy that he was back in 2003, writing that kind of a ridiculous kind of a note to Jeffrey Epstein? I think that is so stupid. I don't know if anybody would ever do something that dumb. Anyway, because it's just not something that Donald Trump would do. He's very much of a straight shooter. Piers Morgan and Joy Reid got into it. I want to play this for you because, Joy Reid, she's obviously out there talking about how, I got fired from MSNBC because I'm a black woman, because the color of my skin, even though she was actually replaced by a black woman. Piers Morgan absolutely calls her out. Details straight ahead on WTN at 7:15. Time to check the roads. All right, very good. Thank you. And as far as your, I'm sorry, I'm reading the super text line, which is very active today. Thank you. First of all, your 3-day forecast: rain and possible storms today, off and on, a high of 90. Saturday, sun and clouds, storms possible in the afternoon, a high of 88. Sunday, mostly sunny and a high of 93, and a slight chance of storms. And they're coming in so fast. Somebody said that their spouse worked at Belmont, and do you have Sam? Do you have the super text line up? Do you know how to do that? Because somebody said that their spouse works at Belmont, and I'm just curious as to whether or not somebody was going to come in and say, "Oh yeah, that is absolutely true. My spouse works at Belmont, and that is exactly what is going on." But I got to tell you, there are so many text messages coming in this morning that I'm having trouble finding the one that I saw very briefly. So, Sam, if you can find it, somebody said their spouse was working at Belmont, and see if they have anything constructive to say about that. Joy Reid, you ready for this? So Piers Morgan, apparently she and Piers had an interview. So Joy Reid had an interview with a guy named Mark Lamont Hill. Now, by the way, in this interview, Mark Lamont Hill is wearing a T-shirt as he's interviewing Joy Reid. Do you know it? do you know what the shirt read between Joy Reid and Mark Lamont Hill? Mark Lamont Hill is wearing a shirt that says, "The future is black and feminist." Wow. I don't know if you get any more woke than that. The future is black and feminist. Okay. Identity, of course, is everything to these people, including Joy Reid, apparently including Mark Lamont Hill. Accomplishment and merit means nothing. But this is what she said on the Mark Lamont Hill podcast.
After I said on my show that the reason Americans could relate to Ukrainians in a way that they didn't relate to Palestinians, that Ukrainians are white. And so watching white people get their schools bombed was, hit different. That hit our ratings. I mean, it definitely, we could see the loss of white viewers from that moment that I said that. So they were like, we don't like the name calling. And also I'm a black woman. So, I mean, I'm sure it makes him angrier, when I say things.
I mean, see, that's what she says. I mean, remember, everything is about race to these folks and identity. Now, remember that after she got fired, she went running around saying the reason that she got fired was because she was black. And I remember, again, she was replaced by a black woman. She was employed by MSNBC for years, despite the fact that she was a black female. Her ratings had dropped like 45%, something like that. And she talks about the monologue where she spoke about Americans siding with Israel and not Palestinians because they like brown people. They didn't like brown people. That's what she said. She said that Americans are siding with Israel because they didn't like brown people. And, of course, the brown people to Joy Reid are the Palestinians. Forget about their support for Hamas. Now, I'm wondering if that may have been a jump the shark moment where people were like, okay, enough of this. Because you just heard the audio where she said, we could tell when I did that monologue, people just tuned out. We lost all of my white viewers. Maybe that's because that's the moment that people realized how dumb you were, Joy Reid. So Piers Morgan goes after her big time in an interview last night.
No, Joy, I mean, look, let's be honest. I don't think you were fired after all those years because of your skin colour or because you're a black woman. I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
Oh, snap. Why play? I mean, he asked her straight up. And then the conversation, it just started careening out of control.
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me, Piers, I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations in your tenure at MSNBC than any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers. And the bottom line is you take an entire conversation that I had with Mark Lamont Hill and pick the bits that you can racialize because this is your shtick. And I get that this is your shtick.
You racialize everything, Joy. Come on.
I get it. I understand this is your shtick, Piers. And listen, game recognized game. I get this is your game.
It's not my shtick.
And the bottom line,
it was your shtick.
It is your shtick, and everyone knows that it is.
Shtick.
It was absolutely Joy Reid's shtick. Come on. Best part of all of that is she says that he pulled a part of the conversation that he could racialize. Well, that is exactly what she does and did. She did that every night on MSNBC for years. And so I love how she's calling out Piers Morgan and saying, oh, well, this racializing everything, that is your shtick, Piers Morgan. And he's calling her out and saying, oh, no, man, honey, that was your shtick. That is clearly her shtick. Piers Morgan is not someone who racializes everything. And by the way, I'm not a huge fan of Piers Morgan, but what I will say is that he is incredibly smart to call her out.
Piers, we understand what it is. And it is so interesting to me that you yourself, as a white European, find that when people of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on, well, Barack Obama was a black president, why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. But you can't put your, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious because you're the one. You're the one who said Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald Trump.
You said Donald Trump is a white fascist.
Are so he is a well.
So that she's like, well, he is, and then she kind of stopped, like, oh, there I go, racializing things. And the other thing that he brought up is her clear hypocrisy. And here's what that entails. Barack Obama killed many, 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 many brown people, and I'm air quoting, brown people with his drone strikes way back when in the Middle East. And she's got nothing to say about that, but she does talk about Donald Trump supporting Israel in defending itself against Hamas in Gaza. And she says that it is fascist and it is racist.
I agree
and
with
yet
Mark
when Obama
Milley,
did the
who
same
was,
thing,
last time I checked, is
I'm not allowed
black.
to mention his skin
I agree
color.
with his former chief of staff, who last I checked was not black and said he's fascist. And Mark Milley said he's fascist to the core.
Okay.
So I happen to agree, and I know this is what it's important to you, with two very white gentlemen about Donald Trump's fascist tendencies.
Okay.
If that makes you sad and uncomfortable, I can't help you.
No, it doesn't
There's
make me
nothing
sad
I
and
can do about
uncomfortable.
it.
I think it makes you a little bit of a hypocrite, but that's different.
Yeah, and then they had to move on. But I loved how he called her out. Because not enough people do call out Joy Reid because they are scared to call her out, because there's still this notion in this country that we need to, respect people who are constantly race baiting. But I think the American people, I think they're over it. And I think that's why Stephen Colbert got canceled. If you haven't heard that news this morning, Stephen Colbert was canceled by CBS, and he's going to spend another 10 months on the air in what no doubt will be the longest goodbye ever. And the reason is quite obvious. He went woke, and at this point, nobody really cares about the wokerati's anymore. And they're now beginning to pay the price. It is 7:23, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, Specialty Coatings. Listen, if you are a business owner, if your concrete floor, if it needs a little love, if it looks really terrible, well, that is a reflection on your business. Now, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. They've been doing it for 30 years. Now, you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done work in all the major sports stadiums, the arenas, the convention centers as well. You know that just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and so much more. Specialty Coatings isn't some fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No. Specialty Coatings, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers, so your job is going to be done on time, it's going to be done right, and it's going to be done on budget. No matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings can fix it. By the way, each project is customized to your building and your needs. 615-591-9491. You can email them, sales@specialtycoat.com. You can find them online anytime, specialtycoat.com. Dan Mandis here, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, this is the HVAC company that I've been using for over a decade, and these are the folks that I trust. They do great work and great prices as well. The thing that I've always loved is their mission to provide great service and save you money. Like this month, right now, you can save big time on Busy Bee's smart Wi-Fi water shutoff valve, only $12.49 this month. You buy a whole new HVAC system, you can get a free air duct fogging and UV light home treatment, and they can also help you with plumbing problems. Busy Bee has your answers, $500 off of a Halo 5 whole home filtration system or $1,000 off whole home water and drain line replacements. The savings, of course, go on and on. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. Financing is available. busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833. All righty, 729 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I just heard something really creepy, and I'm going to play it for you. I can't unhear it, so you're not going to unhear it either. Bill Kristol on CNN reading this birthday letter, supposedly Donald Trump and Epstein and so forth. He's actually reading the letter, so we have that on the way. Also, we do have the big news that NPR and PBS, they are very, 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 very close to being defunded. And as a matter of fact, I believe all Donald Trump has to do is sign that particular piece of legislation clawing back that $9 billion, which obviously everybody knows is just a drop in the bucket. But we've got all that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. $7:31 on Nashville's Morning News, and Dan Mandis here. Listen, the weather in Middle Tennessee has been really, really rough. You never know, or really rough, and so you never quite know what's going to happen. However, if the power goes out in your neighborhood, your power is going to be back on when you buy a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. These folks are amazing. The nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. They do feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and yes, financing is available. 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. 7:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and happy Friday. Do you know why it's especially a happy Friday today? Because NPR and PBS, they are one step closer to losing all of that federal money. Now, don't worry, they're going to be fine because they've got all those other streams of revenue. They will tell you over and over again. But last night, Congress voting to claw back that $9 billion in spending cuts. It is minuscule. It almost feels like a joke, but whatever. But that means that NPR is going to lose about PBS and NPR about $1 million. This is from the Associated Press. The House on Thursday approved an effort backed by President Trump to claw back $9 billion from the federal budget, which includes sweeping cuts to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. The rescissions bill, which Senate Republicans passed early Thursday morning, zeroes out 2 years' worth of funding for the CBP, $1.1 billion. So again, they're going to be just fine. They're still going to make money. But the point is, one of the things that I find interesting about this whole thing is how they have been out there just defending themselves at every single turn, NPR and PBS. Now, yesterday, we had some fun talking about some of the things that NPR had tweeted out. And so this morning, we also have the tweets of one Catherine Mayer. Now, she is, and I hope I'm saying her name right, but I really don't care, but she is one of the higher-ups at NPR and PBS. I think she's actually the CEO or the president or something, but she was on CNN yesterday.
When it comes to the accusation of bias, I would start, as I always start by saying, which is we, of course, are a nonpartisan organization, and we want to serve and are required to serve the entirety of the American public.
So then they've been doing it all wrong, because there's absolutely no way that NPR has been fair and balanced. Clearly not. As a matter of fact, when you look at some of the tweets that she herself has sent. So I'm going to read some of these. Today, like every single day, is yet another great day to follow more Black women, as well as all people of color on this here website. And she goes on and on. Remember earlier that I was talking about Joy Reid and how people on the left, they're so absolutely obsessed with race and with skin color. She also says looting is counterproductive. Sure, but it's hard to be mad about protests not prioritizing the private property of a system of oppression founded on treating people's ancestors as private property. Here's another one, and we talked about this one the other day. Never underestimate the ability of white people to center ourselves, which I still don't know what that means. I think we even talked about it, 100,000 watts of FM radio, and not one person could really define what it means to center ourselves. But I mean, her tweets are clearly just riddled with DEI and woke and all that. White silence, she says, is complicity. If you're white, today is the day to start a conversation in your community. I'll contribute to the conversation by saying that you're an idiot and you deserve to be defunded. That's what I would say about NPR. By the way, you know who was complaining about NPR being defunded? Brian Stelter. Now, here's the thing about Brian Stelter, and I've spoken about this dude a million times, but this is a guy who considers himself, for whatever reason, and I don't understand why it is that Brian Stelter, who made him the king of all broadcasting, I have no idea. You know, he's like the watchdog of the media. Okay. Well, here's what he has to say. This was on CNN about the ending of the funding for NPR.
Not happening now. No, this is the end of a publicly funded media era. This dates back to the days of black and white television. You know, back in the 60s, Congress saw a value for PBS and NPR, but no more. As a result of this rescission, radio and TV stations will have to lay off staffers and cut back on programming. Some smaller stations will suffer more than bigger stations, right? Popular shows.
So you know what I would say to that? Welcome to the rest of the world. Brian Stelter saying, oh, that means that we're going to have, radio and television stations with NPR. They're going to have to cut back on staff. Well, you know what? If you knew anything about the industry, Brian Stelter, if you knew anything about the industry that you're supposed to be covering, you would know that that is happening everywhere in our industry. So to me, and by the way, again, not to belabor the point, but NPR is not going away. It simply isn't. There's some other things going on. If you haven't heard about the birthday letter, I mean, everybody, you know what? Should I wait till 8 o'clock? I'm going to wait till 8 o'clock. I'm going to wait till 8 a.m. 8:05, I'm going to give you a big update on the birthday letter. Everybody is so obsessed about the birthday letter. The letter that Donald Trump, Wall Street Journal is reporting this thing, that it's a letter that Donald Trump supposedly sent to, if you're just joining us, supposedly sent to Jeffrey Epstein. And when I present to you, if you haven't heard it yet, if you're just joining us, if you haven't heard it yet, it is so incredibly stupid that Wall Street Journal is actually reporting this with a straight face. And I guess that's my point, is that this is such a stupid story. I feel stupid covering it because it is just, it doesn't make any sense. We'll do that at 8 o'clock. Can we talk a little bit about Donald Trump's success stories? Because there's a lot of success stories going on. And the more, and we talked about this earlier, where you have the left, and do you know why they're doing this, by the way? Do you know why they're obsessed? Like, Matt has CNN on in the studio here. He watches it so you don't have to, and then I'm stuck with it. But yes, I could change it to Fox News, but remotes, I don't know where they are. Anyway, bottom line is CNN. But do you know why they're focused on this? They're focused on this because their desperation is becoming louder and louder and louder. That's what's going on. Because on that very same channel, on CNN, just a few days ago, you had Harry Enton talking about how popular Donald Trump is within the Republican Party. And yes, on that same station, CNN, they also had a story about how unpopular the Democrats are within their own party. And so they're running out of options. I think that's part of what's going on. They are running out of options. And part of that whole storyline has got to be that the more that they continue to take the wrong side of these 80-20 issues, the worse they look for the midterm elections. I mean, I got an example. Let's talk about the obsession. I mean, earlier I was talking about Justin Jones, the obsession of the left over ICE. Justin Jones, we had Kristi Noem. She came to Nashville, and they're talking about an expedited process for our military to be able to get through, security and the lines going through the airport. And Nashville is one of those airports where they're going to be doing this. A great story. Absolutely great story. But Justin Jones decides that he is going to arrive at the airport and try to pull an Alex Padilla. This was an invite-only press conference, all right? An invite-only press conference. Justin Jones, shocking, was not invited. The reason he wasn't invited is because he would be acting the fool, which, of course, he did. So he shows up at the airport. Justin Jones shows up at the airport and wants to ask a few questions of Kristi Noem, and much to his delight, he is removed from the airport. And one of the questions, no doubt, that he wanted to ask would be, all right, so what about ICE and demasking ICE? Because that's one of the things that Justin Jones and the left want to see. They want to see ICE unmasked so that they can destroy their lives. That is the bottom line. And we all know that ICE, they are definitely under attack. Well, one of my favorite senators Senator John Kennedy has something to say about that. I've got the audio straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. All right, so at 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News, Joan is out with her voice. She came into work. She shows up, but she forgot to bring her voice. And so she is here. She is watching all the headlines and such, but she is unable to work today. And as far as yours truly goes, I'm struggling as well. So we'll get through the day. Chris Hand is coming up at 9. As far as your weather for today, it's going to be some storms, possible storms, rain off and on, a high of 90. Saturday, sun and clouds, storms possible in the afternoon, and a high of 88. And on Sunday, mostly sunny and a high of 93, and a slight chance of storms as well. By the way, do us a favor, watch us on YouTube, Rumble, X, Facebook, 997WTN.com. You can listen on all the various streaming apps, iHeart, TuneIn, and also the 997 WTN app. You can find a handy webpage on the website, 997WTN.com. Thank you, Mason. Just put it right there. I sent Mason to get me some hot water. I know how much people like that. So we've got John Kennedy, and he has a message. He's got some thoughts on what should happen to those people who are trying to attack ICE officers. Listen to this. I absolutely love this.
Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana is here now, sir. Hello to you. I don't see this ending. In fact, if it's up 830% now, who knows where it'll be 6 months from today. What do you think?
They're breaking the law. And what you allow is what will continue. If you put hands on an ICE officer, you should be prosecuted. You should be sent to jail, and you should get to spend some quality time with Bubba.
Nope.
Until we start doing that and prosecuting these folks, it will continue.
Spend some quality time with Bubba. People are freaking out about that, by the way. One person says, why would you add the last part? Why do we accept prison rapes as a normal expectation? I mean, sadly, it is a normal expectation because that is what happens in prisons. And so for Kennedy, I mean, he's got a great sense of humor. I love John Kennedy, and I agree with him. I mean, just put the whole Bubba thing aside. But I love the fact that he wants to get tough and charge people if they're going after ICE. I love the fact, one of my favorite stories of this week on this Friday, one of my favorite stories of this week was President Trump, and maybe it was last week, but where he said, you know what? You see all these videos of all of these people that are throwing rocks at these brand new ICE vehicles? Well, we're going to do something about that. We're going to start charging these people with actual crimes. And I do love that story. And I think that is great. By the way, we've got stories of ICE. Federal agents conduct illegal immigration hiring raid at a northern Arizona barbecue chain. That's part of what is going on in the news today. This was also, by the way, happening in Los Angeles, where, you know, there are certain places in LA where it's known that illegals work. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And there's a lot of them. And so that is also part of the conversation. But AZ Central, the husband and wife owners of a popular Colt Grill Barbecue and Spirits in northern Arizona, they're now being accused of hiring and harboring undocumented immigrants to work at their restaurants through an elaborate scheme, according to federal prosecutors. Robert and Brenda Clouston, both 61, were arrested after federal agents raided the restaurants and several residences there in Arizona. and a Colt Grill restaurant in Foley, Alabama on July 15th, according to federal prosecutors. And apparently what they were doing is they were hiring undocumented immigrants through some sort of a ruse. And listen, we all know that E-Verify does not work. I mean, we know that E-Verify doesn't work. That is most certainly something that the Trump administration, if they're really serious, and if anybody is really serious about dealing with the illegal alien problem that we have in this country, E-Verify has got to be fixed. It is 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. All right, it's 7:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, people are telling me where to look for the remote controls. Because I said that the things that people fix, I love you people. I really do. Like every single one of you, even the haters, except for one. And so they're like, well, did you look under the couch cushions for the remotes? Are they under the chair? I actually found the remotes. I'm going to change the channel. Now you've got on CNN, by the way, this is why I like CNN, though. I like Harry Enton. So apparently, Elon Musk's net favorable rating with the GOP in March of 2025, it was plus 61. Do you know what it is now? Plus 6. So Elon Musk fell 61 minus 6 is 55. He went down 55 points after that spat with Donald Trump. And that is very, what's the right word? That is consistent with, and we've talked about this before, that is incredibly consistent with people who have traditionally gone up against Donald Trump, which is why the Republicans are really sort of trying to tiptoe around this whole thing regarding Epstein. Got a lot more straight ahead. All right, 7:52. Dan here. Want to tell you about my friends at Zintex. If you've got a bathtub that needs work, if you've got a bathtub like my bathtub that has holes in it, they have been in business since 2001. And yeah, they have been repairing and renovating and converting bathtubs into walk-in showers for years at Zintex. Now, you know that these types of home improvements, they can increase the value of your home, and Zintex can have it wrapped up in a day. Zintex is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties for both their products and their installation. So you can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower complete with grab bars and a bench seat. That's going to help the older folks in your life who need that assistance support. So fix, remodel, or convert your tub into a shower today with Zintex. The phone number, 629-258-7747, 629-258-7747. A great deal going on right now. You mentioned me. You mentioned WTN. You get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. And also, no payments for 2 years. Zintex, Zintex.com.
Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Wow, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking guaranteed for only $49.99.
7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. This might be my favorite story of the day. ICE protesters, right? We all know just a bunch of... Anyway, ICE protesters. And they are in Portland, Oregon, federal police, and they're dealing with all of these idiots that are trying to break into this detention facility and so forth. I want you to listen very closely to what they do. They are using Donald Trump's voice to irritate them.
Federal Protective Service, the facility is closed and not open to the public.
Oh, that is such an epic troll.
Vehicular traffic remain on the sidewalk or across the street.
They're honking their horn so that they don't have to hear his voice. They're throwing rocks at the building. They're like, make it stop.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's funny. I think that is an epic troll, and I love that they're doing that. See, one of the things that I like about Trump, one of the things that I love about Donald Trump is the fact that he can appreciate a really good epic troll, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons why we all liked Donald Trump in the first place, because he can go and he can strong arm his way to absolutely torturing the enemy. And the enemy, of course, is the left. And before you say, oh my gosh, man has used the term strong arm, or you're saying that Donald Trump's what do they call him? A strong armor, dictator and all that stuff, strong man. And no, but what I would say is that these idiots on the left, they have to be handled in a certain way. They have to be handled a certain way. And doing it strongly, with strength and authority and some good trolling is absolutely, at least in my opinion, absolutely the best way to go. 615-737-9986. The super text line is open. We'll return next on WTN.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. As expected, the House of Representatives voted overnight to claw back $9 billion worth of funding that had already been allocated by Congress. The money had been earmarked for foreign aid and for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. ABC national correspondent Stephen Portnoy in Washington has more on what it might mean now for NPR and PBS.
The passage of this bill is a landmark achievement for Republicans who've been talking for decades about defunding public broadcasting. It's unclear exactly what the effects will be, as NPR and PBS stations have never experienced this kind of loss of federal dollars before. The networks themselves and some stations in larger markets might be able to get by better leveraging of private funding sources. But leaders in public media say a billion-dollar vacuum will be hard to fill. Layoffs in newsrooms and a dearth of new TV programming are widely expected.
President Trump now agreeing to release additional material related to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He's ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to unseal grand jury testimony in the Epstein case. But, says ABC Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce,
it's not clear if this will be enough to satisfy Trump's critics, including many of his supporters who have been demanding the release of the full FBI files on Epstein. The president's announcement coming just hours after the White House made clear Trump will not be appointing a special prosecutor to investigate, as some Republicans have called for.
Also today, the president is expected to sign the Genius Act, a measure focused on cryptocurrency. Friends and neighbors of paddleboarder Sunshine Stewart near Augusta, Maine, say they are shocked that a teenager has now been arrested in connection with her murder.
As relieved as I am that we have some answers, it's still just brings up just as many questions. How could this happen? And the fact that it's a 17-year-old suspect is just really, unbelievable.
Police say the person now detained spent summers in that area with his family. Police also say Stewart was found strangled on a pond island earlier this month. This is ABC News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill.
.805 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the media is obsessing over this letter that supposedly Donald Trump, the allegation is, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, the allegation is that this letter was written by Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003, and it is a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, written in the third person. Do you know what I'd be curious about? I'm fairly certain there's a lot of people listening, like right now. I want to know, have you ever done this? Have you ever in your life written an imaginary conversation between yourself and someone else to commemorate someone's 50th birthday party? Because that's what the Wall Street Journal is alleging. And as the White House pointed out, well, where's the letter? I don't believe that letter has been released yet, but this is a typewritten letter. The Wall Street Journal is saying that this is a typewritten letter supposedly typed out by Donald Trump, and then there is a picture drawn, a drawing of a woman who I guess is supposed to be naked, on the piece of paper with pubic hair. That's what they say. And so now people are, of course, having fun with this. This is, you're not going to be able to unhear this the rest of the day, but this is Bill Kristol, and he is reading what this letter supposedly says. Listen.
Donald. So it goes like Donald.
colon. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. For me, I mean, that's a kind of weird, what is enigmas? I mean, is that a word that Trump and Epstein used to convey something that they shared? I mean, we know that. So I think this will raise many more questions about how much how close Trump was, let's put it this way, to what Epstein was involved in.
Yeah, but the problem is they can't prove that it was Donald Trump that wrote the letter. So I think this whole thing is rather silly. By the way, he left out part of this, so I'll go ahead and read the full thing. And just to let you know what they're all hyperventilating over. By the way, a big conspiracy theory regarding this story and J.D. Vance has also been put forward by MSNBC. But anyway, here's what it says. This is an imaginary conversation between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein written in the third person on this birthday card. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common. Jeffrey, just sounds creepy. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Yeah, see, that doesn't even sound like something that Donald Trump would write. By the way, Elon Musk, of all people, came out and he said, that does not sound like Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form. By the way, the president now is calling for Pam Bondi because he's like over this. Pam Bondi is now saying that she is going to go and get those grand jury transcripts. She's going to try to get them released. Donald Trump, he's like, release everything. This is getting really, really old. The president clearly is tired of this. I'm tired of this. I know that a lot of you are tired of this as well. By the way, the Wall Street Journal under attack. Donald Trump says that he is going to sue the Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch. They reached out to him for a comment on this imaginary letter, and Trump said, it's not true. It's not something that I wrote. But they're apparently going to print it anyway. And what this does, this gives the left just another piece of ammunition. But I think, when people of any rational mind see this, they'll see that there's no evidence here. There is no evidence. White House Press Secretary, this blew me away earlier. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt writing on X, the Wall Street Journal published a hatchet job article with a fake birthday letter that is supposedly from 2003. The Wall Street Journal refused to show us the letter and conceded they don't even have it in their possession. When we asked them to verify the alleged document they're basing their entire fake story on, they said, well, we don't have it. She added, Caroline Leavitt adding, when has the president ever spoken like the conversation alleged in the fake Wall Street Journal story? That's not at all how he speaks or writes. The Wall Street Journal knowingly published false information to smear the president of the United States. Now, that last part, when they say the Wall Street Journal knowingly published false information to smear the president of the United States, well, that is a lawsuit coming. And President Trump saying that he sued ABC, he sued CBS, and now he's coming after the Wall Street Journal. And I think that the president should. There is absolutely no evidence that this is actually a legit letter. So we do have that. And I want to play this audio if I can find it. And it is right here. So y'all know how much I hate Lawrence O'Donnell, right? So Lawrence O'Donnell, he is on MSNBC. And he's got this crazy conspiracy theory about the letter. the letter and J.D. Vance.
His vice president, J.D. Vance, is demanding tonight. J.D. Vance, the person who would move up to the presidency if this issue becomes so difficult that it drives Donald Trump out of the presidency through impeachment or resignation. We have seen this happen to a president before, and Donald Trump has never been weaker. And J.D. Vance of all people, is saying, show us the letter, demanding to see the letter. Donald Trump did not dare to say, where is the letter, in his social media post tonight, which occurred 40 minutes after J.D. Vance's social media post tonight.
I think where he's going with this is that J.D. Vance is trying to politically assassinate Donald Trump by demanding this letter be released to further weaken Donald Trump. I guess that's what he's saying. And maybe thereby, I don't know what, forcing Trump to step down. I don't really know where he's going with this.
Donald Trump is not asking to see that letter. Donald Trump doesn't want you to see that letter.
I'd be willing to bet that Donald, by the way, I don't know about you, but Sam, you're going to broadcasting school, whatever it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Don't ever speak like Lawrence O'Donnell. The man sounds like an idiot. Everything that he says is just so punctuated perfectly. He sounds fake.
I was reading CNN covering the letter, and they said that the Wall Street Journal reported. It's not a report. It's a story, maybe.
Yeah.
When we get to the bottom of it, potentially.
Yep. So he is going on and basically saying that Donald Trump doesn't want you to see the letter. I'd be willing to bet that Donald Trump would be fine with the letter being released. His own press secretary talked about that as well. The Wall Street Journal said they wouldn't provide the letter because they don't even have the letter.
But J.D. Vance wants you to see that letter. If J.D. Vance creates a groundswell demand by more and more Trump supporters for the release of that letter, that could do more damage to Donald Trump than anything that has ever happened to Donald Trump in his entire political career. And it's J.D. Vance who's doing this.
Wow. This dude is, you hear what he's saying? So basically what he's saying is that J.D. Vance is going to try some sort of a political coup by trying to further weaken Donald Trump by getting the letter released. I hate to say it to Lawrence O'Donnell, but I believe that releasing the letter will help to exonerate. It'll be exculpatory in nature because people will realize this is really dumb. And as Donald Trump said, this letter really is from 2003? And this is a man who, as he said on social media, this is a man, Donald Trump, who has won, he says, 3 elections. And this letter was just somehow sitting around and nobody knew this letter was there. And now all of a sudden, at the height of Epstein and all of this crazy coverage of Trump and Epstein and the files and all of this stuff, suddenly this letter magically appears. I'm going to play a little bit more from the oh-so-effective or effected Lawrence O'Donnell coming up next. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, thank you, Mason. As far as your weather for this weekend, rain, possible storms today, off and on, high of 90. Saturday, sun and clouds, storms possible in the afternoon, and a high of 88. Sunday, mostly sunny, and a high of 93. Slight chance of storms as well. So let's see what else Lawrence O'Donnell has to say about this theory, this conspiracy theory, that J.D. Vance, in demanding the release of the letter, is actually trying to kneecap Donald Trump politically.
If J.D. Vance wanted to defend Donald Trump tonight, no one, absolutely no one, would have advised him to say, where is the letter? No one would have advised him to try to provoke Rupert Murdoch tomorrow to release that letter. No one would have advised J.D. Vance to provoke the Wall Street Journal tomorrow or someone else.
You know what's so dumb about that? I defend Donald Trump all the time. My first thought when I saw this story was, well, let's see the letter. So if J.D. Vance is saying, well, let's see the letter, it's probably because the letter is so ridiculous that it would, again, prove that Donald Trump did not write this letter. And does anybody even know where this letter is? Because, again, Wall Street Journal, at least according to Caroline Levitt, says they have no idea who's got the letter. Oh, my Lord.
To release that letter. That is the most dangerous thing J.D. Vance could have said tonight. If J.D. Vance wanted to harm Donald Trump tonight, wanted to start forcing him out of the presidency, demanding to see the letter would be a very good way to do that.
This is his take.
Earlier today.
That is Lawrence O'Donnell's take. Oh, my goodness. Whatever. The more I learn of this story and who's reporting what, the more I realize how absolutely ridiculous this is. Now, the president on True Social last night, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, he says, I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. He says this scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. And last night, Bondi did, of course, announce that the DOJ was going to ask the courts to unseal grand jury transcripts related to Epstein. You know what we ought to do? Chris and I should like role play this letter during the. I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't do that. That'd be pretty funny, though.
Who would you be?
I would make him. I would make Chris be Epstein.
Oh my gosh!
Don't tell him I did that. Anyway, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. The super text line, very active, 5637. Is Lawrence O'Donnell related to Rosie O'Donnell? I don't think so. Are they related? I have no idea. Sam, you see it? I had to look at my piece of paper to remember Sam's name. It's just going to take a couple of days, Sam. Let's see here. Bill says Lawrence O'Donnell is a numbnut. All right, I'm going to read this next one. 5688. The guy, Lawrence O'Donnell, sounds orgasmic talking about it. He does. He sounds like he's getting some sort of weird pleasure out of talking about this letter.
If Trump's been right about anything since he's been president twice over, is that the media, mainstream media, wouldn't exist without him. They quite literally would not have jobs if they couldn't talk about him.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. And I got to tell you that some of these folks on the left, they do destroy their own credibility. But to Sam's point, and it's a good one, is that without Donald Trump, they would actually be irrelevant. I mean, let's all be honest. I don't want to regurgitate, the Biden crap all over again. But if it wasn't for Trump, they'd have nothing to talk about. They hid Joe Biden. They covered Joe Biden with kid gloves. We all know that. The cover up, cognitive, all that other stuff. We all know that. And so now they're trying to go after Donald Trump the way that they did not go after Joe Biden. And so they just look weak.
So they're not related. But 13 years ago, Trump posted on Facebook, Lawrence O'Donnell and Rosie O'Donnell, same last name, same bad ratings.
Of course he did. That's actually very good, by the way. Let's see here. The liberal news, Randy says, the liberal news sites have stooped to the level of the National Enquirer. Would you say this is National Enquirer type stuff? I think the National Enquirer, when they were doing the OJ stuff, they actually were pretty good. So This whole thing seems rather made up to me. We'll have to see what happens. It is 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, what do you need? What do you need? Joan Jones just walks in. Does our on-air light work? You thought I was done. It is working? So Joan just completely ignored the on-air light. Awesome job, Joan. Anyway, what's up? You're leaving? You got 38 more minutes of the radio broadcast. I don't goodbye. Take care of your voice. You want some throat coat?
Yes.
You do? Here, take it. I'm done. All right. Feel better. All right. Dan Matt is here for Loan Pronto. If you're maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with, this show is completely off the rails. So I'm just, whatever. Maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto and their rapid equity loans. You can get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The rapid equity loan program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, they renovated their kitchen, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. Now, Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. Now, this is your home equity, and you should use it. Get yourself in a better financial situation. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Find them online, loanpronto.com. That phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, is 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Unapproved credit, NMLS, consumeraccess.org.
Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking. I lost 70 pounds and my friend lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months.
Wow, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking guaranteed for only $49.99.
8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Joan Jones has taken off for the day. Of course, if you've been listening all morning long, we all got here today and Joan forgot her voice. So she is going home to rest her voice, and hopefully she'll be back on Monday well rested and with voice. Chip Roy. He came out swinging against NPR. Now, you know that NPR, they've now been, defunded and so forth. President Trump, I think all he has to do is sign it. But NPR and the people that are defending NPR, they're always talking about how important NPR is, how important to the community NPR is. Listen to what Chip Roy has to say about all of that.
There's a lot of folks here talking about and extolling the virtues of NPR, PBS, public broadcasting, and so forth, and talked about how they're cutting their funding is somehow going to endanger communities and rural communities. Well, when the floods were hitting the people that I represent, it took NPR through Texas Public Radio 19 hours to post anything about the flooding on its social media. What was NPR and TPR doing in the interim? What were they doing in the morning at 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning when private radio stations that I listen to and that I talk to were breaking in and presenting the information of the news? They were playing a program, a DC-based program, lobbying Congress for billions of dollars to continue their funding. When the flood hit at 4 in the morning, instead of providing local news, they were airing the morning edition of the Washington, D.C. Well, that's fine. They already had it pre-taped. I get that. But they didn't break in like the local stations did and so forth. The 7 private stations posted over 70 alerts on their social pages throughout the day, starting at 7:24 in the morning. My point being, private stations in the communities in which I live were there for the people of Texas. They were there presenting the information necessary. And the public stations were completely MIA.
Yep, there you go. I love it, Chip. And he's right. I mean, look, how many times have we broken, private radio station, WTN, how many times have we broken in weekends, Christmas Day, overnight, whatever, for breaking news? We do that stuff all the time. And as far as I know, the NPR stations, when that stuff happens and they're not staffed, they don't. I'm just saying. Yet they're the ones that get all the public funding and they don't have to air any commercials. So, yeah, I think they ought to be defunded. It is 8:32 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Dan Med is here, 8:32. Change is always happening. It is part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, and bands and artists, they come and go. Even our taste in music changes, but no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that is always going to stay the same: the price of your internet over the next 5 years. That's right, because Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. Now, that means that in the next 5 years, you get the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Now, if you're surprised, well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report, August 2024. 8:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737. Well, you were totally kissing ass to the boss. Chris is like late. Yeah. I walk out into the hallway, and I know that we're getting ready, and I'm yelling down the hallway, Chris, we're up, and he's just jabbering to the boss, just kissing. Why? Can I ask you? Why didn't you ever kiss my butt like you do his?
What do you mean?
Never once.
I gave you flowers yesterday ad nauseum. You know that. You know that.
Like they were speaking nicely of me.
Yeah. I say nice things about you behind your back all the time.
Sure. Whatever you say, Chris. Whatever you say.
That's the truth.
All right. So you know the absolute train wreck that this whole thing has been today.
Yeah.
So
what's going on? Joan was lazy. I think that's really what this boils down to.
You think so? She was lazy. She didn't feel like.
I didn't realize it was that easy to get out of doing a segment with you.
You know what? Next time I'm gonna just be like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Anyway, no, she's great.
Yeah, we love Joan.
All right, so and hopefully she's. I actually gave her all my throat coat. You know what the dumb thing is?
You didn't leave any for yourself?
None for me.
Do you at least have the autographed ones for the listeners from our podcast that we recorded yesterday hanging around? Maybe you can just sign a new one for
By
Monday.
the way, do you want to talk about what the promo cut is for our yesterday was a great podcast.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for this one to be posted. Do you want to mention the line that was actually captured, an off-air line?
Yeah.
We didn't know that they were still recording, but Chris said something to me that I think personifies what this podcast is going to be about.
Let's go ahead and tell him.
Chris said, do you think I'm going to get in trouble for the gay stuff?
It was.
I thought that was very funny.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And
do you think I'm screwed?
You think? Do you think I'm screwed? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
We'll wait and see.
We'll see what the reaction is.
Mostly Peaceful episode 2 premieres on Saturday on the Super Talk YouTube channel.
You can say it's going to drop.
Is that what the kids are saying?
That's what I don't know.
Drop it like it's hot.
Sure, we'll drop. All right. So give me your thing about this whole letter. Is this just the dumbest thing ever?
I wish that I got birthday notes that sweet.
That's exactly right.
No, this is what would Phil call it? Bovine scatology.
It's absolutely bovine scatology.
Bovine scatology. No.
There's no evidence that it's even real.
It does put a new lens to Donald Trump calling this a Democrat hoax. Because they knew, I'm just looking at the tweets, they knew about this article coming out, and they were demanding that the Wall Street Journal give them the letter.
Yeah.
They didn't present it.
Yep.
So
Yep.
when he's getting irritated behind the scenes and he knows that this story's percolating, maybe that's where the Democrat hoax, the Jeffrey Epstein hoax comes from.
Yeah, maybe that's his definition of the hoax.
Maybe that was the hoax he was referring to.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
No, I don't think so. Be honest with you, I've been struggling with this story because it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Like I can't believe that anybody, I don't know, have you played the Lawrence O'Donnell audio where he is saying that J.D. Vance is calling for the release of the letter so that J.D. Vance can politically assassinate Donald Trump?
Oh, I love it.
It is so dumb. And it's like, no, the reason why J.D. Vance is asking for a release of the actual letter is so that we can all see what the heck it is. I mean, duh.
That's really what it's about.
Somebody's got to do a wellness check of Lawrence O'Donnell because dude ain't right.
No. And while they're at it, they should check on Joy Reid after that beating she took from Pierce Morgan last night.
Oh my goodness, what a beatdown! What an absolute beatdown! And I loved it.
The funniest part too is like you can tell she's on a Zoom call because her eyes are like to the up left-hand corner, so it looks like she's cross-eyed the whole time as well.
Yes.
And she looks like a deer in the headlights, wearing a wig of some sort.
Well, she the thing about her is that no one has ever really taken her to task for all of her stupidity. I'm gonna since you brought it up, I got to play it.
And she wasn't ready for Pierce Morgan. I think she thought she was going into friendly territory.
Then you're an idiot. If you are going into Pierce Morgan and you're Joy Reid and you think that he's going to be friendly territory, you are woefully mistaken.
Yes.
You are woefully mistaken. So Anyway, you want to play some of that?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do
I
it.
have it. All right, this is Joy Reid, and this is her. By the way, did you see the shirt that Mark Lamont Hill was wearing?
No.
His shirt said, "The future is black and feminist." Yeah, I don't know. Do you get any woker than that?
I don't know.
Come on, dude. Anyway, so this is whatever.
After I said on my show that the reason Americans could relate to Ukrainians in a way that they didn't relate to Palestinians, that Ukrainians are white. And so watching white people get their schools bombed was, hit different. That hit our ratings. I mean, it definitely, we could see the loss of white viewers from that moment that I said that. So they were like, we don't like the name calling. And also I'm a black woman. So, I mean, I'm sure it makes him angrier, when I say things.
So, I mean, to me, I think what happened, because she's talking about how she literally saw the white audience go away after she said what she said. And I think the reason whatever audience she had went away is because it may have been a jump the shark moment.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
I
like
think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you've got Israel that just, had 1,200 people slaughtered by Hamas. So Israel is now going into Hamas to take care of the problem and make sure it doesn't happen again. And she, of course, makes it about race.
Yep.
So just ridiculous.
Because why not?
Because why not? Because you're Joy Reid.
Yep.
So Piers Morgan just absolutely eviscerates her.
Now, Joy, I mean, look, let's be honest. I don't think you were fired after all those years because of your skin colour or because you're a black woman. I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
I mean, I love. Wasn't she replaced by not one but two black women or something like that?
And a black guy.
All right.
And it's fun to listen to a beatdown like that with a proper British accent.
It is, right?
Because it makes it all the better.
The smack stings just a little bit more.
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me, Piers. I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations
in your
tenure at MSNBC than any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers. And the bottom line is you take an entire conversation that I had with Mark Lamont Hill and pick the bits that you can racialize because this is your shtick. And I get that this is your shtick.
You racialized everything, Joy. Come on.
I get it. I understand this is your shtick, Piers. And listen, game recognized game. I get this is
It's
your
not
game.
my shtick.
And the bottom line,
it was your
It
shtick.
is your shtick. And everyone knows that it is.
It is absolutely her shtick.
Yep.
Gaslighting is what she's doing. It does go on. Let's see.
Piers, we
people
understand
got bored
what
with
it is. And it is so interesting to me that you yourself, as a white European, find
racializing.
that when people of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on, well, Barack Obama was a black president, why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. But you can't put your, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious because you're the one. You're the one who said Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald Trump.
You said Donald Trump is a white fascist.
Are so he is a well.
He is a white fascist.
Oh yeah, she got called out on it. Yep. Right. So I think I don't know. There's one more cut. I don't even remember what it says, but he calls her out on the hypocrisy. Right. Obama killed many brown people with his drone strikes,
and possibly a chef.
And possibly.
What?
And possibly a chef. That's true. And by the way, speaking of Obama, more on Obama coming up.
Yes.
But she has nothing to say about Obama. Yet Trump supporting Israel as they defend itself. It's fascist and it is racist. It doesn't make any sense.
I agree
and
with
yet
Mark
when Obama
Milley,
did the same thing,
last time I checked,
I'm not allowed
black.
to mention his skin color.
I agree with his former chief of staff, who last I checked was not black and said he's fascist. And Mark Milley said he's fascist to the core. Okay. So I happen to agree, and I know this is what it's important to you, with two very white gentlemen about Donald Trump's fascist tendencies.
Okay.
If that makes you sad and uncomfortable, I can't help you. Piers.
No, it doesn't
There's
make me
nothing
sad
I
and
can do about
uncomfortable.
it.
I think it makes you a little bit of a hypocrite, but that's different.
So one of the things I noticed is she used the word like uncomfortable 15 times.
I love that she goes, Mark Milley said he was a fascist. Oh, the same Mark Milley who said he would warn China if we were going to strike them? That Mark Milley. The same Mark Milley who is worried about white rage and focusing on that.
Yep, exactly. DEI and all the rest of that nonsense. All right, real quick. Have you heard this Barack Obama audio?
I have.
It is so bizarre.
It's like the Michelle Obama podcast is really struggling for ratings, so they had to bring on Barry.
Yeah, and I bet that really ticks her off. But he said that young boys need a man other than his father in his life, and that it would be helpful if that man was gay.
Yeah, hard pass from a dad here.
So here's how that conversation went. This is Barry and Michelle Obama.
That's one of the things that I think a lot of times boys need is not just exposure to one guy.
One dad.
One dad. No matter how good the dad
is. He can't be everything.
He can't be everything.
You need two dads.
And then that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I interpreted that as, wait a minute, so a boy needs a gay man in his life to dish on the father.
Yeah. Well, and then some perspective on his dad. So you need somebody to come in and tell you that your dad's been wrong the entire life. You know, that's garbage.
Yeah, this statement proves, at least to me, so little respect for fathers with Barack Obama. So little respect for fathers. By the way, they don't have any sons.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So there's a lot of folks in this country, I would say, that listening to Barack Obama and what he has to say about all of this, I hope that they see this as so completely and utterly ridiculous, and it's an attack on the family.
Did you see what they did to promote this episode of the podcast? You ever see on Instagram where you'll have like a husband and a wife, and they'll do the questions above the head, and then they point at whoever does the answer? Well, they didn't realize that they were creating the perfect meme template for the internet.
Okay.
So now it's been altered, and it says, who killed the chef? And they're pointing at each other.
That is so
Which one of you hates America more? And it's they're pointing at each other. Who's bigger downstairs? And they both point at Michelle. It's awful, terrible. It's a nasty one.
Well, you know what? When Michelle, saw that, you know what she said. That's what she said. Here's more from that conversation.
And then that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Right. That is so incredibly infuriating. And part of this does show the ignorance of the Obamas, generally speaking.
One of the most valuable things I learned as a guy was I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't out of line, who became one of my favorite professors and was a great guy and would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant.
Now, what I said earlier, where is that professor now? Because you're sounding really ignorant.
That's a good line.
One more audio bite.
You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group, so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or whatever, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So
that's exactly what I would do. If one of my sons was struggling with that identity, I'd say, you know what we need? We need to find you an older gay guy to hang out with.
Let's find somebody non-binary.
Jeez.
So the thing is,
sounds like terrible advice.
Well, it is. And here's the thing, like, can you imagine if I try to go out and find somebody gay and, hey, can you be my friend because I don't have any gay friends? I mean, they'd be like, hey, get away from me, you weirdo. You know what I mean?
And then, scale that out. Now do it with black people or do that with an Asian guy. Hey, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I don't happen to have any friends from Greece. Could you help me so that way I have some perspective on this?
Well, and here's the other thing. So one of the other things that he's sort of intimating is that these gay folks have more wisdom than other folks that are not gay.
Yep.
I don't think that's true. I mean, we all have wisdom based on a whole bunch of different things, but I don't think our sexuality is necessarily one.
No, and you don't need to even bring your sexuality into the discussion to teach empathy and kindness.
No, you don't. And the other thing is that when you start talking about, someone's wisdom, that's different than perspective.
Yep.
Perspective, okay, so if somebody's gay or whatever, they are going to have a certain perspective, but, that that sexuality or whatever doesn't give you more wisdom.
No.
But that's what they're trying to say.
Yes. Because of, yeah.
Michelle Obama, do you believe that your husband's an idiot?
Mm-hmm.
I had way too much fun with that earlier. She's an active listener. Did you? I don't know if you listened to the whole thing.
Actively.
Yeah, actively. And she just got, it was like, stop it already. And I started to edit it out. Then I realized, oh, wait, no, that's actually kind of funny because I'm trying to figure out when she does that, is she being condescending in how she is listening to him? Or is that an agreement? Which is that?
I don't know. I would have to.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Neither do I.
I don't know who's going to watch that podcast. I mean, her podcast has been plummeting.
Has it?
Yeah, she's the first lady. I think Gavin Newsom is beating her in views.
Well, Newsom, he's going to at the very least say something like edgy or whatever. So, you know what I mean? So
the Barack Obama podcast, the clip that you're talking about, it has 11,000 views in 18 hours. The main one with him has 738,000 views in a day. But her other podcasts were topping out at like 20,000 views.
For a former first lady.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, so she's obviously, hey, Michelle Obama, does your podcast suck?
Do people prefer Gavin Newsom's podcast? It's true. It's true.
Is that letter that Trump supposedly wrote Jeffrey Epstein, is that fake? Is your real name Mike?
I'm excited for the podcast to drop tomorrow. Are you hype?
I'm big hype.
Big hype.
Big hype. Yep, big hype.
We got tons of great memes from this listening audience that we dive into.
Yep.
And then we're also talking about the scandal that's brewing around Chip and Joanna Gaines.
So you did not do that on your show.
No, I haven't done it on my show.
I did not do that on my show. So part of what we're trying to do is do topics that we didn't actually do on the radio shows.
Yeah.
So we have a couple of those, I believe. And
well, that's the thing. It's going to be fresh content. It's not just recycled news from the week. I mean, there's going to be some of that, obviously, where we're talking about the events that have transpired, but we're going to try and do unique stuff as well.
Yep. And the memes that people sent were great.
They were awesome.
So,
a lot of people on the text line asking how do you find the podcast? It's going to be on the Supertalk 99.7 WTN YouTube page. That's going to be where you can watch it via video. That's kind of like the preferred method. But if you want to listen to it, it's going to be on Apple and Spotify as well. Mostly peaceful with Dan and Chris.
Wait, no, I didn't mean. I meant. That's what.
There you go. We need that on the hotkey.
We do. All right, we got to go. With Joe not here, the clock is all messed up, so I don't even know what I'm supposed to do.
We're lost. Can we just be honest? We're lost without you, Joan.
We are. We're lost without Joan Jones. And my voice is going too.
You okay?
No, man. This is where you talk.
I know. I was trying to make it a little awkward for you because I know.
Congratulations.
I know.
Did Chris make it awkward?
I just wanted to make you feel a little uncomfortable.
Oh man, I want to go. This has been so bad. All right, it's 8:54 in Nashville's Morning News. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna go right into the spot. All right, Sam. I keep having to look at my piece of paper that says Sam on it to remember his name.
3 letters. just 3 letters.
I know. Sam, do I suck because I can't remember your name?
Oh, right. Sam, that's not nice.
Glock store. You know, I've been talking about the Glock store for a long time because I've been a customer for a long time. I've bought and upgraded my guns, and I've trained all at the Glock store. You should too, and here's why. They do carry all the Glocks, factory and custom Glocks. Plus, they've got the PBGs, the plain black Glocks at the lowest price possible. They've also got the factory-colored, competition-ready Glocks, collectibles, custom Glocks, and, of course, the very popular Donald Trump Glock. Now, they've also got a great deal going on right now. Here for the month of July, you buy a 10-round test pack 9mm ammo for just $6.99. You get to try any of their Glocks in the rental department, including the GOAT, the Glock 43X, the most popular concealed carry handgun in the country. Shoot270.com and Glockstore.com. That's my friends at the Glock store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
$8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, listen, friends, if you do nothing else today, tune in to Super Talk TV to see Chris's cup.
I know, everybody's making fun of the cup.
Well, it's a little feminine for you.
Well, it's my wife's.
Well, then it makes sense that it's feminine.
I don't know what happened to my cup. I was looking for it. Did you see me roaming around the studios looking like bewildered a little while ago? It's because I left my cup here yesterday, and I think I left it in the podcast studio. And I think somebody took it with a 5-finger discount.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
It was a Yeti.
It was a Yeti?
It was a Yeti.
You know what I did 2 days ago?
What did you do?
I wore my wife's shoes to work.
No, you didn't.
I did. I wore my wife's shoes to work. Now, they weren't like high heels or anything. It's the same shoes. I bought some On Clouds, and I got dressed in the dark, and I accidentally put her shoes on as opposed to mine.
Do you have the same size feet?
We do. Yeah, okay, we'll skip the top of the hour news. Whatever. Yeah, we that is actually what happened. So I get home, and we get WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. So Legal ID is done too. So
Based.
So I get home, and Amy and my daughter, who was visiting, they're looking all over for her shoes. And I, of course, walk in.
That is so funny.
And I'm wearing my wife's shoes, which are On Clouds, which are the amazing shoes. And so I hear, there's my blankety blank shoes. And I'm like, what? And I look down, and they're very close in color, but I put on her shoes. And so I said, I don't know who this says more about, me or you, and the size of our feet. So heretofore, my wife will be known as Sasquatch.
Oh no! Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that on the weekend. Do that on a Monday. Now you're going to go home. You're going to be in trouble all weekend long.
Oh, you can call me Dan Squatch if that's
Dan Squatch.
Yeah, you can do that too.
All right,
although if you think about it, my feet fitting into her, and they were perfect fit.
Perfect. So it was like a Cinderella slipper.
It was like a Cinderella slipper. She's gonna kill me, man.
She's absolutely gonna kill you, and I think this time it's warranted.
Is it warranted?
I feel like.
But listen, she's got the prettiest feet I've ever seen. There is that. That's
okay.
What it is.
Nobody's helping you out of the hole.
All right, we got to go. No news. Joan's gone. I have had ABC News on probation all morning long. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and take some commercials, and then the Chris Hand Show is coming up next on WTN.